semi-finals and the finals for the men's and the women's events today. But this is part of our sport, and each athlete will approach it in a different way and see it as a different challenge. And they might even think they can get the upper hand on a competitor in adverse conditions. We're going to start tonight's coverage with a handful of medal ceremonies, recognising some of yesterday's performances before moving on to crown a few more Commonwealth Games champions. Day one of the heptathlon concludes today. We'll get their shot put and then their 200 to go with their 100 hurdles and high jump from this morning. And then we'll move on to those 100-metre semi-finals. Elsewhere on the track, we've got a men's 10,000-metre final. And in the field, a men's T20 long jump, a women's hammer, and a women's high jump final as well. My name is Hannah England, and as I will be all week, I'm delighted to be commentating with Commonwealth Games medalist Tim Hutchings and Paralympic champion Danny Crates. Good evening, guys. Anything you're looking forward to particularly this evening?
Well,
Danny, you go first.
I'm looking forward to the 100-metre semis and straight into the finals. I'm not sure how they're going to cope with that turnaround, though. And we were speaking about it earlier, wasn't we, Hannah? Or you were speaking about how they're going to soak in wet, and some of the sprinters, they're not going to like these conditions. The home nations like it a little bit, we're used to it, but some of our warmer climate competitors, they do prefer the sunshine.
Well, it does turn into a bit of an operation here. You're going to do your semi-final. If you successfully qualify for the final, you've got 2 hours or so before you come back out to the final. And that goes quickly. As you know, by the time you've gone through the mix zone and you've got yourself sorted out and you've had a bit of physio, and see two of the top English competitors, Amy Hunt and Amani Lansico, you could be soaked through from warming up and competing in that round, and just having to bring enough equipment, enough kit to get yourself kind of ready for that final.
Well, we've all spent enough years in the sport to have turned up to stadia and championships even, where the weather's like this. I can remember running in the European Championships decades ago, and it was pouring with rain in Athens 1982, ran the 5,000-metre final in horrible, horrible, wet, rainy conditions. And it's the same for everybody. You know, some stadiums are complete bowls, you don't get any wind. Well, here there's a bit of wind. It recede last night, and I think it might well do the same this evening with the how heavy this rain is. But yeah, it's the same conditions for everybody, and it's something you just have to get your head over. You know, you have to elevate yourself above worrying about the conditions, continue to focus upon the challenge at hand, the competition.
Well, and sport is always so interesting, isn't it? The intensity it brings from the athletes and the mental battle. You know, people love to quote, yeah, it's 80% mental, it's only 20% physical. But I do love the curveball of conditions like this. And yeah, we're talking about the sprinters, and we saw some phenomenally fast times in the opening round of the men's 100 yesterday. It was some of the fastest we've ever seen at that stage in the Commonwealth Games. But for me, it really is the field eventers today. That women's hammer trying to turn incredibly quickly in the circle. The women's high jumpers, they actually faced very similar conditions in Tokyo last summer at the World Championships. It was absolutely pouring down there. And those heptathletes, we just saw a few of them warming up. They've got a shot put this evening, apologies. And that's going to be tricky as well, just getting to grips or not getting to grips with the slippy circle.
What I'm looking forward to, I must say, the men's 10,000 metres, that promises to be a real humdinger for me. 25 laps on a wet track, perhaps with the rain coming down. Hopefully it will have stopped by then. And with a breeze across the arena, when it does stop raining, things dry out pretty quickly, which is the good news, should it stop raining. But actually, yeah, you know, plenty of these lads in the 10,000 metres are great road racers, but more importantly, perhaps great cross-country runners. They're used to a bit of mud and wet and hills and challenge and changes in pace. And that's what we got in the women's 10,000 last night, and I'm sure we'll get it in the men's tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. Just over 6 miles, 10,000 metres. They'll cover it in possibly around 28 minutes, quite possibly around 27 minutes. Maybe quicker, we don't know. It depends what sort of mood they're in.
This is the women's high jump final. A couple of Jamaicans in that. One of them, the first one that went through was Lamara Diston, the defending champion. As I look at those weather conditions, so 20 degrees is probably the warmest we've had on that weather graphic since we've been here, so could be worse. Humidity, 83%, I mean 100 if you've got your feet on the track or you're sitting on the track, and plenty of wind to keep the flags busy around Scotstoun here. And those high jumpers are pretty exposed down there, and the officials are doing their very best. You might be able to see right over the far side of the track. They are using with a roller to clear off some of the standing water. I did mention we're going to start this evening's programme with a few medal ceremonies. First evening session last night. And we did some of the medal ceremonies yesterday, but we're going to hoover up a few more of them in the next half an hour.
They breed them tough up here. They're used to these conditions. They come appropriately dressed and prepared for just a little bit of water in the works. And I suspect there's more than a few members of the Scottish team thinking, great, these are conditions we're very, very familiar with. They've been born and grown up with it for many, many years. And there are others who will let it get on top of them, and psychologically they will be on a bit of a downer and not feeling great about this. But you have to rise above it. It could be anywhere in Europe. It could be pouring with rain. Not necessarily today, because it's quite warm around most of Europe, but you know what I'm saying. Rain is part of life, and it'll be part of sport for time immemorial.
I have really enjoyed these fireworks at the start of every session, and it's a lovely way to open the event. And the event presentation team here doing a great job of building the atmosphere for the spectators. Smoke bomb there, that will clear with hopefully the winds we've got here in Scotstoun. This isn't surprise bad weather. I think anyone that was coming this evening will be well prepared for the conditions.
Yeah, I think some of these spectators on the ends exposed stands are just leaving it to the last minute to come out and watch the action, hoping and praying that we might get a bit of clear sky at some stage. These are the hardened fans of sport, though, aren't they? And in this case, athletics, and they are what make the atmosphere. They're, you know, the athletes, you know, they relish to run in front of crowds, and we may not have as many tonight due to the weather. We'll wait and see, but they'll still make a lot of noise. But what we've seen from the crowd here, they're very, very passionate, loud, and they're really getting behind some of the performances.
They certainly are, and they've got a smattering of Scottish athletes to get behind as well. Tonight, Andrew Butchart going for them in the men's 10,000 metres. And there we go, you can see the smoke has blown off into the distance. A lovely aerial shot here of the facilities, the warm-up area, the indoor warm-up area we saw with some of the athletes in it. It's just underneath that the firework smoke at the moment over on the far side of the picture, and there is a throws warm-up area just to the right-hand side. That field there is for the throwers to get themselves warmed up. And there are the spectators just making their way up into the stand. Remember, we've got half an hour of medal ceremonies, so a few of them are off purchasing merch. You can see a brand new hat modelled by the lady here. You can go and buy that in the merch store.
You know what's great? Because these fans are dressed up, it's raining, thankfully not cold, and I think the wind is a little bit weaker than this morning, but there's smiles everywhere. You know, people are anticipating the excitement of wonderful competition, man against man, woman against woman, and 6 finals in this session. It will be special. Obviously the 2 field finals, that women's hammer and the women's high jump, will be great. The long jump T20 and the men's 10,000 metres as well, the men's long jump T20. And then those 100 finals. That's what a lot of people show up for, the 100s.
Our first medal ceremony is for the men's hammer throw, which was won as expected by Ethan Katzberg, the reigning world and Olympic champion. Just in the middle of the group there, there's a teammate, Rowan Hamilton, leading the way to the bronze medal position. Very similar style, these two. I don't know if that's a part of being a hammer thrower in Canada or if it's just a coincidence.
They could almost be twins. I mean, right down to the ponytails, the tash. Ethan Katzberg, the champion, a little bit bigger. Steve Moneghetti, what a bloke he was. Commonwealth Marathon champion, 1986. World-class marathon runner, honours. Winner of many massive races, including the Tokyo Marathon.
There is Rowan Hamilton coming up to collect his well-deserved bronze medal best throw for Rowan Hamilton yesterday, 75 metres 36 in the final round. He only had 2 valid throws. A bit nerve-wracking for the Canadian, but he did pull it off and get a medal. Yosif Kasides of Cyprus took the silver. His best throw came in the 5th round, 76.97. And this is the highest ever finish for Cyprus in the men's hammer. His teammate, Koursanidis, picked up the bronze in Birmingham. And Kasides has gone one better with the silver.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth Games champion, representing Canada, Ethan Katzberg.
This was the missing title for Ethan Katzberg. He lost out on the gold medal last time round in Birmingham by just 7 centimetres to Nick Miller. But he went on to win the World Championships in Budapest, then the Olympic Games in Paris, and then a second world title in Tokyo last year. But now he has a complete set of major titles available to him. He even threw a Games record yesterday, 80 metres, 97 in the first round. All smiles despite the rain from Ethan Katzberg. It's done Canada a world of good on the medal table, moves them up to 3rd. Gold and bronze in that men's hammer throw. A silver in the men's T20 1500 gives them the 3 medals they've got so far. England are on top of the medal table thanks to 2 gold medals in the T38 100 metres, the men's and the women's. Australia topping the way overall in the whole Commonwealth Games. I think they're approaching 30 medals today across the 10 sports we've got here in Glasgow. They are absolutely dominating, but a bit more of a close run affair here in the athletics so far. England with those 2 golds, Australia with 1, and Rose Davis last night in the 10,000, and then Canada sitting in 3rd at the moment. Ah, 71 nations being represented here in the track and field programme. 17 so far on the medal table.
Is it fair to say, Hannah, that the medal table at the moment reflects some sort of climatological nuances, like the Aussies have cleaned up in the swimming, and Australia's quite a warm country where swimming kind of almost a rite of passage, isn't it, as an Australian youngster, and it's probably a bigger sport there pro rata than in any other country in the world, I suspect, including the USA and any European nation. So the Aussies, of course, have had that advantage in the swimming. Doesn't invalidate it, it's just a pertinent fact. And in a way, I suppose you'd say that athletics is probably the most democratic of sports, in that most major nations get a chance.
Well, we were looking at those Canadians exiting the field, and just to say, I think the weather is almost identical in Ottawa today as it is in Glasgow, 20, 21 degrees and rain. So I think Hamilton and Katzberg would have felt very much at home there.
So the next medal ceremony is the men's T38 100 metres, being led out by Zachary Gingras of Canada. The athletes have had a little wait since their final yesterday evening, but it's a moment I'm sure they'll be relishing. They won't be worried about the rain. So they'll be presented with their medal by Hannah Cockcroft, the Commonwealth World Paralympic multi-medalist from bronze medalist representing Canada was Zachary Gingras, who ran a time of 11:55 in that final. The silver medalist from Australia, Ulrich Muller, he was only classified in 2024, so I'm sure we're going to see lots more of this athlete going forward.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth Games champion, representing England, Thomas Young.
And the gold medalist, Thomas Young, representing England. He will be so happy to be back on that podium. He was a Paralympic gold medalist back in Tokyo 2021. He's had a few injury issues. He missed out in Birmingham 2022, so he'll be so proud of his performance to see him back on the top of the podium.
For those who are able to, please stand for the anthem of England. Once again, please show your appreciation for the Commonwealth Games medalists.
There are the medalists for the men's T38 100 metres.
Three more medal ceremonies before we get going with the action here this evening. That's due off in about 20 minutes, starting with the women's heptathlon shot put, and then the men's high jump final, men's 100 metres, apologies, the women's high jump final, men's 100 metre semi-finals, women's 100 metre semi-finals, the women's hammer throw will get underway, the 200 metres for the heptathlon, the men's long jump T20 straight final, the men's 10,000 metres. And then we move on to the blue ribbon events in athletics, the men's 100 and the women's 100 to finish day 2 here at the athletics and para-athletics.
Well, the next medal ceremony is for the men's high jump, which was last night. Started at 7:10 last night and became a very closely fought affair eventually. As it reached its climax, it became clear that Jamaica would take gold. Not only was it their first ever gold medal in this discipline, it was their first ever medal of any colour in this discipline. England has a new high jump star. Been jumping supremely well in the US collegiate circuit and won the NCAA's, the American collegiate title, just a few weeks ago in Eugene, Oregon. And he took the bronze last night. There he is in the white and red of England. Brendan Williams, executive board member of Commonwealth Sport, making the presentations. And the silver medal, well, it went to India, a growing force in the sport of track and field athletics. Also assisting with the presentations, Christopher Samuda. Well, Kimani Jack is the man I was talking about. He is a star in the making, Jack. Young man who cleared 2:20 last night, but he has cleared 2:30 this summer. He will be a major force for years to come. Another 1 or 2 Commonwealth Games cycles at least, I think. And I'd put a fair amount of money on his getting a medal of a better colour than the bronze in years to come. But bronze it was last night, with that first time clearance at 2:20 securing that. Sarvesh Anil Kushare of India taking a brilliant silver medal with 2:25, the same height as the eventual winner. He got that on by dint of a third time clearance at 2:25. A height that eluded Kimani Jack of Great Britain, of England rather, who had one failure at 2:25 and 2 at 2:28. But it didn't elude the eventual champion. It was Romain Beckford who took gold for Jamaica, clearing every height first time, including the winning height 2:25, apart from the 2:20 penultimate height where he had a little hiccup, and actually he was in second place after 2:20 was dealt with. Just looking, he was in third place because he had a failure at 2:20, and both Kushare, this man who took the silver for India, and Kimani Jack both cleared 2:20 first time, but he went on very, very significantly to take to 2:25 at the first time of asking and took gold for Jamaica. Well, that was one of 2 golds for Jamaica yesterday. Tamaria Prince taking gold, of course, in the 110-metre hurdles. Sam Bennett the silver, and that one behind him with Trajkovic of Cyprus behind the Englishman for the bronze. There are those medalists. All 3 of them will be back for more in years to come. There's the classic bite on it shot. Kimani Jack, very exciting jumper. Reminds me so much when he jumps of other athletes in the past who have got that style of wriggling over the bar almost, or so it appears. Dalton Grant, the name that comes to mind most of all with that technique. Grant, who famously entered the competition in the 1991 World Championships in Tokyo at 2:31. Did you know that? He entered the competition, Hannah, at 2:31, Dalton. It was, everybody thought he'd gone mad, but he cleared it.
Remember Steve Hooker, the Australian, doing that at one World Championships in the pole vault as well. He had a hamstring or a adductor
That's right,
strain.
he could only do 3 vaults.
He
He
was pretty confident he only had 3 jumps in him, and if he wanted a medal, he came in at something wild. In my head it was 6.
590 or
Yeah, I was going to say
crazy.
6
Yeah.
meters, but it probably wasn't. It was probably 590. I think he went like 590, 595, 6, and 1. So sometimes athletes do know their bodies perfectly.
It's a night for layers and an outside layer of waterproof material.
The next event I'm going to give the medals for will be this men's 110-meter hurdles. Just be getting themselves ready. Coming down pretty hard here in Scotstoun. You can see just over by the steeplechase pit, sort of glittering, always looks glittering down there in the puddles. The nicest way you could describe heavy rain into a puddle. Women's high jumpers out there warming up. Watching, some of them aren't landing on the mat. They aren't doing their warm-ups all the way down onto the mat. They're just kind of jumping up onto the bed. And over on the near side here, 2 shot put circles being used for the heptathletes. Great to see Beckford, Kashare and Jack all pausing for some high fives and a few photos. Here come the presentation team for the next medal ceremony. The athletes all getting to take home a little Finny, who is the mascot here in Glasgow 2026. Bronze medal went to Milan Trajkovic in his 4th appearance here at the Commonwealth Games. He finally got himself up on the podium. Trajkovic has had a series of injuries in the last 12 months or so, and it's brilliant to see the Cypriot back at a major championships, and really fun to see him get up on the podium. He was fast in qualification as well, gave his lifetime best of 13:25, a bit of a scare. Samuel Bennett qualified fastest for the final, and ran a lifetime best in that final, 13:30 to take the silver medal. A massive, massive step up in his career so far. Representing England here at the Commonwealth Games. And he'll go forward to the European Championships in Birmingham to represent Great Britain. Milan Trajkovic will be there as well. But Demario Prince of Jamaica, this is the major championships available to the Jamaicans this year, and Demario Prince capitalised. He was perfect in the final. He looked a bit shaky yesterday morning in qualification, but last night was 13:17 to give Jamaica their 4th straight title in the men's high hurdles at the Commonwealth Games.
For those who are able to, please stand for the anthem of Jamaica.
So 2 Jamaican golds back-to-back for Beckford and Prince. Celebrated in the stadium by the fans and by the 2 athletes last night. It's a full podium for the men's 110-metre hurdles. Demario Prince, Sam Bennett and Milan Trajkovic. Not easing off here, is it? The fans setting in, getting themselves toggled up. One more medal ceremony to go before we head over to check in with the heptathletes in the shot put. They're due to get underway in a few minutes. The women's high jump finals nearly ready to get going as well. Straight final for the women's high jump. I mentioned the comparison between the conditions in Tokyo last summer at the World Championships for the women's high jump, and world champion is in that event, Nicola Olashagos. I wonder if she'll feel a bit of deja vu with these conditions. Just the final medal ceremony to go here.
And here we go with our final medal ceremony before the action gets underway on the track. It's the women's shot put F57. And if you was with us last night, this ended with plenty of controversy with the defending Paralympic and Commonwealth champions, Uchara Ayazi from Nigeria, having 6 no throws in that competition. And then the protests went on, and it went on well into the night till we finally got to a point and it left the Indian athlete in 3rd place, quite distraught on the side, waiting to find out if she was going to be a bronze medalist. But it's been confirmed. It was a no throw. And the Indian athlete will take her place on the podium. So in 3rd place, representing India, Shilpa Kanchugar Akapolo Shire. The silver medalist, Zanabar Issa, representing Ghana. She secured her silver medal with a first round throw at 8.65. And the F57 shot put Commonwealth Games champion Sharmila, representing India, with a 3rd round throw of 9.81 meters.
Those who are able to, please stand for the anthem of India. once again, please show your appreciation to the Commonwealth Games medalists.
That's our final medal ceremony here on day 2 of the athletics and para athletics at Scotstoun Stadium. And just wonderful to see the para events integrated across the whole programme here, across all 10 sports at the Commonwealth Games. It's time to get on with some of the action here for this evening session. We'll be starting with the women's heptathlon shot put. And we're going to have 2 groups, Group A and Group B, throwing alongside each other. Organisers just able to utilise 2 shot put circles, which means they will get equal recovery time when we go towards the 200-metre heats coming up later. Two events done already. They started with a 100-metre hurdles and then moved on to the high jump. And at the moment, a favourite from Northern Ireland, Kate O'Connor, 2,047 points. She's got a 4-point advantage over Jade O'Dowda. Brilliant battle going on for the bronze medal at the moment. Maddie Wilson of New Zealand is a couple of points ahead of Niamh Emerson. Brilliant to see all the starters so far still in the competition. I think that shouldn't be taken for granted in the multi-events. These women have been out there warming up for the shot put for quite a while. They have got a little bit of shelter, but ultimately if they're going to get themselves warmed up and ready to throw, they are going to have to head out into the elements.
What they should be glad about, Hannah, of course, is that it's not the high jump they're doing and therefore landing on a very wet, sopping bed, because sometimes you see high jumpers in the rain landing on those huge cushioned landing beds. They might as well be landing in a swimming pool, frankly. They come off it so wet.
So just the 3 attempts in the heptathlon for the shot put. Niamh Emerson picked up the bronze on the Gold Coast back in 2018, and then the Englishwoman has been fraught by injuries ever since. She's putting in a really good account of herself so far today. She looked happy in the high jump, but she does not look happy there. She's the first athlete to throw. Just wonder, I mean, there's every chance she's struggling with her grip here on the shot put. There's only so much chalk you can use, and I don't know, that facial expression to me kind of says there's not much I can do here. Should have a chat with Aston Moore. He's very calm, cool, collected coach, Aston Moore. I don't think nothing seems to faze him at all, and he'll be trying to impart that calmness onto Niamh Emerson now.
He's guided many an athlete through these competitions, hasn't he? They're battling 2 elements, aren't they? The wetness of the circle and the shot.
Yeah, you can see the camaraderie here. Ellen Barber, she's almost sacrificing her. The important thing to keep dry here is Kate O'Connor's hands and her implement. You know, not Ellen Barber's hair. She knows that. You know, she's doing everything she can to help O'Connor get a grip on that shot put. The other field final going on the other side is the women's high jump. There's a look at the full start list. Namara Distin, the defending champion. Eleanor Patterson won this title in Glasgow in 2014 as an 18-year-old. Nicola Oleslagers, the reigning world champion. She picked up a silver in Paris behind Yaroslava Mahuchik, but only on countback. So the progression of Oleslagers has been on the cards for a good few years. There is Eleanor Patterson. She quit for a bit after not making the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games team in 2018, just walked away from the sport, but she came back and took the world title in 2022. Ionidi of Cyprus next to be introduced to the crowd. Bakari, famous of Bermuda, up next. This is her second Commonwealth Games. She's their national record holder at 185. It was a win for Lamara Distin in Birmingham. Yeah, it's very stiff competition. Pooja Singh of India was next through. This is Faith Kipsang of Kenya, their national record holder with 1m80 set this year. Marguerite Lorenzo of Canada has won the national title there 4 times. Timitope Adeshina of Nigeria was 10th in Birmingham last time out. And Morgan Lake, British record holder, English record holder with 2 meters, went over that mark last year. Rose Laboa of Ghana, another athlete that holds their national record at 1m97. And there is Ollie Slagers, probably the pre-event favourite. She's only done a couple of competitions in the last few months, but they've gone very well. Elena Kulichenko of Cyprus, finalist in Tokyo last year and in Paris the year before. So 12 jumpers are due to start. 1m72. Computer system will get very quickly populated with who's passing. There we go. Patterson has said she doesn't want to jump at all. 1m87. That's pretty bold from the Australian. Ollie Slagers as well saying, no, thank you. I'm all right. I won't come in yet. Ollie Slagers won the Australian National Championships back in the spring and then didn't compete for 3 months. And there's not a lot out there about why. She kept her cards pretty close to her chest and came out just in the last few weeks. Second to Patterson, her teammate and her rival in Budapest, but then she won at the London Diamond League in 2 meters, 1 centimeter, defeating all the kind of big names in this event. Quite distracting for these athletes. They're used to just focusing on the technical aspects of the high jump, and suddenly it's got to come laced with how many layers am I putting on and off. And we're seeing Morgan Lake here with compression socks on, long socks maybe to keep those lower legs warm. And the officials just confirming who wants to jump at this height and who doesn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hannah, sorry, these are the worst possible conditions for high jumpers. I think of all disciplines, it's probably the one where they hate this the most, because there is so much torque and that final foot plant and the drive foot upwards when they're transferring all that horizontal speed, all that horizontal momentum into upward lift. That's a massive adjustment. It's very stressful in dry conditions on your ankle and your knee and right the way through your system. And the worries about slipping in that final step are enormous. And we've seen 1 or 2 nasty incidents over the years, so there will be a degree of caution for some of these athletes, certainly at the lower heights, I think. And then, of course, you have to go for broke at the big heights, otherwise you don't get even close.
She's just doing everything they can to stay warm here. Pooja of India, keeping herself nimble. So the bar is at 172. Due to have a couple of athletes come in at this height. There you can see the world record set in 2024 by Mahuchik, 2 meters, 10 centimeters. The games record, Haistra Klote, South Africa, 1m96. And you'd say that would go. I think if it was drier conditions, I'd be certain that was going to go. But I think heights go out the window here. Really about keeping your composure in these conditions. And I mentioned it already, Nicola Olashtager certainly did that in Tokyo last year in very similar conditions. Morgan Lake picked up a silver back at the Gold Coast at the Commonwealth Games. Anything you can to keep warm and dry. Ioannidou of Cyprus confirming she is going to attempt 1m72.
Well, the 100-metre semi-finals for men are coming up. They will be the first action on the track. 3 of those semi-finals. The first one gets underway at 10 past the hour, so just in 2 or 3 minutes' time, these men, of course, will have been warming up with extra layers, trying to keep as warm and as loose as possible. It's not a cold evening, despite appearances. It's about 19 or 20 degrees here in the west end of Glasgow. These semi-finals almost upon us now, but those fellas will strip down as late as they possibly can for these semi-finals. Well, there's the lineup for the first one, or there it was very briefly. They're out on the track and ready to go. This is Meshack Babu of Kenya, very close to his personal best in his heat. That was yesterday, of course. He ran 10:21, Babu. His lifetime best, 10:20 from a couple of years back. He's in good form. Rohan Watson of Jamaica, bronze medalist in 2023 for their relay team. He won his heat yesterday in 10.13, the Jamaican. He's in 2. Emmanuel Asemi, he had a bide through the heats. This is his first run here in Glasgow. 4th in London Diamond League last week in 9.97, the Cameroon athlete. The Ghanaian Benjamin Azamati, he did race yesterday. Won his heat in 10 seconds exactly, the quickest of the day. He's a really good performer, 9.90, his personal best. A second Aussie, another Aussie going in this one. This is Lachlan Kennedy, Australian champion back in April in Sydney in 9.96. Very, very powerful starter. The Nigerian, Favour Ashe, goes in lane 6, 9.93, his best, and that came this summer. He won his heat in 10.10 yesterday. Cheswell Johnson of South Africa, who's an 8.26 long jumper, or he was. He hasn't done any this year. I think he's ditched it after going out and qualifying at the World Championships last year. He's a 10.02 performer. And Dwan Asimota of Canada completes the lineup there. He'll be in lane 8, 10.10, his best this year. The 29-year-old of Nigerian descent has run 10.03 as a lifetime best. He was second in his heat yesterday in 10.16. They're very, very closely matched, most of the athletes in this field. This promises to be very tight indeed. The qualifying is the first 2 with 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So there are 3 semis. The first 2 athletes in each one go through, and then the next 2 fastest. The wind could be a significant factor, although just looking at the far end of the stadium, the flags are hanging completely limp, dropped vertically on their flagpoles, the same at this right-hand end of the stadium that the athletes will be running towards. So it looks like there's 0 wind here in the arena. Same for everyone, no wind, sopping wet track, keen to get going. Very, very tight. Asemi in 3 for Cameroon, 3rd from right, probably the favourite. Asemi, big, powerful fella, really good start there from Watson, second to right, going well. Asemi, here he comes now, going really well too, is Lachlan Kennedy. The Australian's going to go through, yes, he goes through as one of the winning pair. The winner, though, was Asemi, as we expected. 9.88 with 0 wind. That is phenomenal from Asemi. In these conditions, 0 wind, that is spectacular. That will be one of the quickest times intrinsically that we have seen anywhere in the world this year, because only a handful of men have gone quicker than that in 2026. That is very, very special indeed. In fact, just looking, only 6 men have run that time or quicker in the world this year, and I'd put money on the fact that several of those guys faster than him this summer had a following win. He ran in still air on a sopping wet track. That was quite phenomenal. Great running too from Lachlan Kennedy. Waiting for his time to come through. But Asemi 9.90, Kennedy 9.94 to qualify. Wow! And that is unofficially, just double checking, that's a lifetime best for Lachlan Kennedy.
That was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it, for Esme? He's such a powerful athlete. And to bring it home, I never thought we'd see sub 10 seconds in these semi-finals, in these conditions, to be able to bring in a performance like that. And he just looks so relaxed coming down the track as well.
Azamati taking 3rd there for Ghana, 10.00, exactly 10 seconds for him. Cheswell Johnson of South Africa in one of the hot seats at the moment too, in 4th place with 10.05. But 9.89 it's been rounded up to for Asemi. That is a lifetime best for him by a sizable chunk. 9.89, it's his first time ever under 9.90. His previous best was 9.94. A national record, as I said there, for a semi, winning that first of 3 semi-finals, the men's 100, 9.89. Lachlan Kennedy behind the Cameroonian for Australia with 9.94, a personal best for him too. Azamati equals his season's best, and Johnson behind the Ghanaian for South Africa in 4th place, 10.05. Spectacular sprinting considering the conditions.
That was on the cards, wasn't it, from yesterday morning? I know Aseme had a bye and he wasn't involved yesterday, but we got a taste of where Commonwealth men's 100 metres is yesterday, and Aseme just carrying on that trend. I see Kennedy is only 100th outside of the Australian national record that a whole host of them have been chasing over the last few years. Patrick Johnson's 9.93 has stood since 2003, and if they can run those times here in these conditions, give them a couple of hours to go back and get ready for the final, we could be on for something very special, and that was only semi-final number 1.
We'd have to...
So Kate O'Connor being helped out by the 2 English women, keep her hand and her shot dry. It's a frustration here for the women. It's not been the fastest moving competition. The officials just struggling to keep them moving, keep them throwing. I'm sure they're doing the best they can, and a shake of the head there from O'Connor. She is not happy with that. Looked like she had okay grip on the circle. I don't think that was the issue. I think my instinct here is it's the hand being able to hold on and transfer that power into the shot put that's caused frustration for Niamh Emerson and Kate O'Connor. And it's come up for me as 12 metres 93 for Kate O'Connor, so it's the furthest throw so far. Niamh Emerson and Kate O'Connor are definitely unhappy about something. I'm afraid I couldn't quite work out what it was there.
It might just be the conditions, Hannah. I mean, you know, stopping wet, as you say, it's slipping out of the hand, it's wet under the feet. She's a 14.5 metre shot put. That's why she's probably unhappy she couldn't even reach 13 metres there. But perhaps the conditions are worth a metre or so.
Oh, I certainly think they will. They will be. So here's the second semi-final. See all those little cues? Those are the men that ran yesterday morning. Kayinsola Ajayi, number 1 ranked athlete here, and the defending champion Ferdinand Omanyala didn't have to run yesterday, so they are fresh. And there is the defending champion Omanyala, the African record holder, with 9.77 a couple of years ago. Just wonder if they're aware of that run from Aseme. And I think if you did see that in the call room, it would probably make you quite happy. You kind of say, okay, it is possible to run fast. I think sometimes when athletes come out and warm up their track like that, there can be a bit of a vibe that goes through the athletes. Okay, no excuses. If those guys could run that fast, we had 2 men underneath 10 seconds in that first semi-final. It's certainly possible. There is our first look at Kayinsola Ajayi, this year's NCA champion. Went on to win the Prefontaine Diamond League, kind of shocked everybody there, and then backed that up with another win in London at the Diamond League. He's actually ran 9.84 3 times this season. He's the national record holder for Nigeria. Ferdinand Omanyala in good form as well, 9.94 so far this year. A lot of competitions at the start of the year, Omanyala, in April and May, and then he's gone quiet in the last few weeks. Maybe to get ready for this defence of his Commonwealth Games title. It's a real opportunity for an athlete like Kayinsola Ajayi. He made the final in Tokyo last year. Add Commonwealth Games champion to his resume. That would be good, but he's got hopefully 200 metres ahead of him this evening before we can start thinking about that. Elliot Jones of England goes in lane 1. Windy 10.07 to win his heat yesterday. He was a late replacement for Louis Hinchliffe onto this squad. He's performed exceptionally well so far. Welsh record holder Jeremiah Azu is in lane 2. 9.97, that Welsh record. He looked good yesterday, winning his heat in 10.10. Abdul Rashid Samanu And 10.01 yesterday. It's the fastest time I've ever seen in the first round of the Commonwealth Games. It's given him lane 3. Nigeria have never won the Commonwealth Games men's 100. They've won it on the women's side at Kayinsola Ajayi, trying to become the first man to do it. Africa have actually won the last couple of titles. Kani Sambine in 2018 and then Omanyala in 2022. Bradley Nkauna goes in lane 6. Silver medal at the African Championships this year. He won his heat, easing down in impressive fashion for the 10.16. Amari Lewis from Trinidad and Tobago goes in lane 7, 2-time national champion, including this year. And Rowan Browning of Australia is in lane 8, 3-time national champion, 3-time representative here at the Commonwealth Games. But Emmanuel Aseme, 9.89, a new national record, followed by Lachlan Kennedy in the previous semi-final. The time qualifiers at the moment, Benjamin Azamati on 10 dead and Cheswell Johnson on 10.05. First 2 across the line automatically qualify for tonight's final. Jones in 1, Azu in 2, Samanu in 3, Ajayi in 4, Omanyala in 5, Nkauna in 6, Lewis in 7 and Browning in lane 8, the second semi-final of the men's 100 metres.
Set.
Oh, that was it. Too fast from Nkauna. Pretty sure, Danny, that was Nkauna, wasn't it, in lane 6, South African. This went a little bit fast. We can wait for the replay, see if there are any twitches around him, but I'm not sure it looks good for the South African.
Yeah, he's out the blocks, isn't he? That'd be a shame for Calby. He's a seasoned, experienced athlete.
South African sprinting is in such strong form at the moment, and Nkauna really trying to become part of that.
So the athlete in lane 6 is disqualified.
Here, their confirmation that the athlete in lane 6 will be disqualified. No one likes to see that. The officials don't like to do it, but rules are rules. And Bradley Nkauna will have to wait, perhaps, for the 4x1 for a bit of redemption. I think South Africans might believe they could be in for a gold medal there. So just like that, we're down to 7 athletes. Jones of England in 1, Azu in 2, Samanu in 3, Ajayi in 4, Omanyala in 5, Nkauna leaving, he won't take his position in lane 6, Lewis in 7 and Browning in 8. So we go again, semi-final number 2. 2 automatic spots to tonight's final available for these athletes.
Set.
Pretty even start from Omanyala and Ajayi. Perhaps Ajayi just getting the better of the athletes around him. The defending champion is faltering here. What a run from Kayinsola Ajayi. And I think it was perhaps Jeremiah Azu in the red of Wales in second place. The clock unofficially stopping in the stadium at 9.93. Being nudged up to 9.94 at the moment, but that from Kayinsola Ajayi, it was cool and calm. He wasn't the fastest out of the blocks. He was plenty fast enough. And Jeremiah Azu, that'll be a season's best for him. It was around about 10 seconds. And unfortunately, the defending champion, Ferdinand Omanyala, he looked good for 20, 30 metres or so. And then he just went the wrong direction, just went backwards. Kayinsola Ajayi, the confidence he would have taken from beating most of the best athletes in the world, if you add together the win at the Prefontaine Diamond League, the win at the London Diamond League. Totally focused here, beaten out of the blocks The likes of Samanu and Azu and Omanyala, the second half of the race from Kayonsola Ajayi. Just perfect. And look at that, Jeremiah Azu sneaking through for second.
That was phenomenal for Ajayi, wasn't he? Let's say he's been in fantastic form in the last month or so. And he just follows through, doesn't he? He gets into his running, he just follows through in the last stages of the race. And another sub 10-second run as well in these semi-finals. We would never have believed that in these conditions. But also that season's best by Jeremiah Azu as well, to see him through to the final. Absolutely fantastic.
Kayonsola Ajayi, winner of semi-final 2, 9.94. Jeremiah Azu, second, 10 seconds exactly. And the bad news, Abdul Samanu was not fast enough there. He won't go through to the final.
Well, here is Kate O'Connor. Oh, all over the place there. She'll be frustrated with that, although it might be better than her opening heave. Let's see. Waiting patiently. Slipped over to her left quite dramatically there as she released. Waiting for that to come through now. Straight back into the warm, drier gear and under the umbrella. They're all surviving out there really in this unrelenting rain. 12.80 for O'Connor there in Northern Ireland. Now O'Dowda, how can she respond? There's a chink of opportunity here, Hannah. That's better. That looks significantly better. That looks to me, if we're to believe that 14-metre arc across their sector, like about 13.50. That's a big heave. I think she might have just grabbed a few points back on her great rival. Waiting for it to come out. She looks far more in control of that one. She looks rather perplexed at something. I'm not sure quite what. Waiting for that mark to be allocated. She opened with 11.40, 12.94 there. So the third and final semi-final of the men's at 100 metres. The athletes are out there and ready to go. They'll be keen to get going, but they will also be pretty fired up, because I'm sure word will have reached them about just how quick the first two semi-finals were. There's Curon Griffith of Barbados, the 27-year-old, 10.23 this year. He got through as a non-automatic qualifier here with 10.24, third in his heat yesterday. There's Mojela Koneshe of Lesotho. Set a national record in his heat yesterday, 10.07, quite spectacular. Can he go better here? Gifliot Lela, he had a bye through the heats, the South African. He goes in lane 3, 5th at the World Championships last year. His last race, 9.99 in London just recently. There's the Nigerian Fakorede, Adekalu Fakorede. He's a 9.98 performer. He was second in his heat in 10.21 yesterday. Jerome Blake of Canada, Olympic champion in the sprint relay 2 years ago in Paris, and a couple of years before that in Eugene, Oregon. He's an important member of the Canadian relay team, the 30-year-old. He had a bye too. Akeem Blake for Jamaica goes in 6th. He had a bye through yesterday. Edward Osei Nketiah, born in Auckland. He's got Kiwi allegiance if he wants it, but he was 5th in the NCAA Championships, and he is an Australian. His dad was 7th in the Commonwealth Games back in 1994 in the 100. And CJ Green of Antigua, that semi-finalist in the Commonwealth Games 4 years ago in Birmingham. 10.12 his best this year, and that came in his heat yesterday. He won his heat in an impressive time against his lifetime best of 10 seconds dead, which was all of 8 years ago. He's 30 years old now, ran his lifetime best at 22 and hasn't bettered it since. And now would be a good time. Remember the first 2 heats, one in 9.98 by a semi in a national record, and a J 9.94 winning the second heat for Nigeria. Can we go sub-10 again here? 3 in a row. The rain still coming down very heavily. The third semi-final for the men's 100 metres. Lela in 3 for South Africa.
Set.
Good start from Leot Layla, really good start in lane 2 from Keneshe, 2 from Lesotho. He's having a heck of a run, but Leot Layla going well on the near side, also going well for Jamaica is Blake. Oh, he's very tight on the line, but it is Leot Layla who takes it. And his time, 10.02, couldn't maintain the sub-10 clockings. It doesn't matter. Leot Layla and Nketiah, they're the ones that go through the Aussie in lane 7, coming through really well in the second half. 10.06 for Nketiah. For a semi, rather. Just looking, waiting for this times to be confirmed. Certainly really strong running down there from Gift Leot Layla. Nice form all the way through to the line, and what a great dip and charge from lane 7 for the Aussie, Osei Nketiah.
Yeah, he did, Leot Layla. He was leading all the way from the front, wasn't it? But it was the Australian out in lane 7, Nketiah, who really powered through, just doing his own thing out in lane 7. Coming through in an amazing 10.03.
Well, 10.02 for Leot Layla, 10.03 for Osei Nketiah. That is a lifetime best for the Aussie, and the wind in that one. Just checking, trying to see the wind in our computer system, which doesn't always make it that accessible. In fact, I don't think it's there on the result sheet. The wind showing for that one. I can't see. Plus 1.1. There it is, tucked away amidst a massive information on our screens. So legal time there. Leot Layla 10.02, a personal best for Nketiah. That is quite superb. Akin Blake 10.06. And he is not through either. I think both the non-automatic qualifiers coming from the first heat. So the first 4 from the first heat goes through a Semi and Kennedy. First 2 in that one, and 3rd and 4th, crikey, from the first heat. Azamati and Azu.
So we have had
Azamati and Johnson, excuse me.
So we've had 3 go sub 10, 2 on 10 seconds. You have to go back to 2002 for the last time in the Manchester Games when we saw a sub 10 final. Dare we believe in these conditions?
Certainly feels like it's on, doesn't it? Frankie Fredericks, the last man to go underneath 10 seconds in a final at the Commonwealth Games, and Emmanuel Eseme so far underneath.
So the medalists for the men's steeplechase last night, it was a 1-2-3 for Kenya, a clean sweep for the East African nation that is so proud of its reputation, its heritage of the steeplechase. Honourable Life Prize President of Commonwealth Sport making the presentations. That name pops up and disappears in about 1.1 seconds. There's Liz Dawson. So the steeplechase last night producing quite remarkable performances from the Kenyans. When you look at the history of this discipline over the years, Leonard Kipkemoi Bet taking the bronze medal. Very hard for anybody to get in amongst them. The Kenyans, if they haven't broken 8 minutes, most of them have their top half dozen competitors, then they are very close to 8 minutes. Simon Kiprop Koech taking the silver medal. That is what you call complete dominance when your 3 competitors all end up with the medals. And, well, it just wasn't a night for the rest of them in that one. The gold medal going to Edmund Serem. He's the smallest of the 3, the slightest of the 3, but he looked quite magnificent last night as he stormed to gold. I thought he looked pretty comfortable. That will be celebrated in Kenya as enthusiastically as any other medal at these championships. Geordie Beamish, the reigning world champion from Tokyo last summer, coming through for 4th place eventually, but he was quite some way down, some 2.5 seconds behind the bronze medalist Bet. But here, the national anthem, Edmund Serem, the Commonwealth champion. Well, we'll be hearing that national anthem a few more times. I rather fancy this week. The men's 10,000 metres tonight is one event in which, of course, the Kenyans may well take yet more medals, maybe the best coloured medal. But for last night and the 3,000 metres steeplechase, it was Kenya all the way. Serem, Koech and Bet. 1, 2, 3. Result of that third semi-final in the men's 100 metres, Kipleot Leila and Nketiah for South Africa and Australia respectively going through by right. Nobody else going through from that third semi. It was the first 4 in the first of the 3 semi-finals who went through.
We have the 8 men that will go through to the final, and what a spread of nations. Look at that, we have got 2 South Africans and 2 Australians. Not perhaps the nations you'd expect to go through to the men's 100-metre final, but Kayonsola Ajayi very much living up to his billing as favourite for that event. But a semi with a lightning quick 9.89 was super impressive. So now it's time for 3 women's 100-metre semi-finals. The 2018 champion Michelle Lee has got a lane 1 here for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll see some of the athletes for the first time, athletes that got a bye through the first round. We'll start on the inside with Michelle Lee Ayi. Followed up that win in the Gold Coast with a semi-final in Birmingham. Super quick. 10.82 lifetime best set back in 2017. Gina Bispatai goes in the 200 later in this championship, so that is probably the Gambian's stronger event. She does hold the national record. She is a sub-11-second runner in this short sprint. Tori Lewis just lowered her own national record to 11.04. Looked very good qualifying here. Rosie Chukwuma of Nigeria took a silver at the African Championships this year over the 100 and 200. Audrey Leduc, the former national record holder for Canada, having a good season. She was 3rd in the Rabat Diamond League over 200 metres. She got a bye yesterday as well, as did Jodine Williams of Jamaica. PB of 10.97 in June, on 5th at the National Championships. Mabel Akande of England takes lane 7. She won her heat, the first heat yesterday, in 11.32. And our final athlete in lane 8, Giolina Dowdy of Antigua. I think will go again in the 200 metres. These 200 metre heats get underway tomorrow morning.
On your marks.
So amazing times in the men's semi-finals. 3 women's semi-finals coming up. Ayi in 1, Bispatai in 2, Lewis in 3, Chukwuma in 4, Leduc in 5, Williams in 6, and Kande in 7, and Dowdy in lane 8.
Set.
In the way, no issues here. Chukwuma moving well in the middle of the field alongside Audrey Leduc. Good running as well from Jodine Williams. And Tori Lewis of Australia. What a second half of the race. 10.98 with a legal wind. That's significantly under her own Australian record. Even if it gets rounded up, that's probably a new Australian record. Rosemary Chukwuma, one of the fastest athletes this season, ran into all sorts of trouble around about halfway. There she is limping off. You can see the strapping on her left hamstring. Tori Lewis, what a run from the Australian. Burst onto the scene, World Junior Champion back in 2024. Bit of a consolidation year last year, but this year, this woman is running so well. It's been rounded up to 11 seconds. I think she would have loved to have broken that 11-second barrier, but it's still a new Australian national record.
Tori Lewis gets away really well, doesn't she? And Ledeck starts to really put pressure on her later stages of the race. But she just holds her film all the way through to the line. Real shame for Rosemary Chukwuma as well. You could see she was in trouble from the she got a really good start, and then 30 metres into the race, just started to step off the gas a little bit. So that's a real shame for her, but a fantastic performance for Tori Lewis.
And that's our first real shock here in the short sprints. I mean, perhaps Akeem Blake just exiting in the semi-final stage on the men's side, but Rosemary Chukwuma, one of the athletes that had a bye through to this stage, just coming unstuck to the benefit of Tori Lewis, Audrey Leduc. The Australian and the Canadian take the 2 automatic spots. Williams and IE on 11:13, 11:28. We'll have to wait and see if their times stand up. There are 2 time qualifying spots available, but there's confirmation of the new Australian national record, 11:00. And if you think back, Lachlan Kennedy wasn't too far off the men's Australian record. Exciting evening for the Aussies.
So Niamh Emerson then of England came into this third discipline, the shot, in 4th place. 11:40, her best so far. That was her opener. And she is a 14, almost a 14.5 metre shot putter. She can go 3 metres better than that and more. And that's not bad. That looks around 13 metres. I think she's just improved by well over a metre, maybe by about 1.5 metres. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, not bad at all there from Emerson. Holds her balance there, fights to keep her balance. Open with 12.94. Now, what's she been given here? Oh, it's 12.94 in that one, excuse me. 11.40 with her opener. Yeah.
Kate O'Connor, second round. She did get to restart, then let her throw her first round through first. That was 12.80. Well below her best here, Kate O'Connor, and there are some other women finding their groove and managing good throws. So O'Connor can't totally blame the conditions here. It's interesting to see the athletes just drawing a channel down the middle of the shot put circle. That's all they need. They don't need the whole circle. They're not sort of mucking around, wasting time and energy, drawing the whole circle. O'Connor does not look happy down here. She came into this event with a very small lead ahead of Jade O'Dowda. At the moment, she's giving points away to the Englishwoman, some 30 points or so. It is an improvement, though, in round two. 12.85.
Well, there's the scene on the track. It is pouring down here. It's just got even heavier, the rain. It really is sheeting down. There's the lineup. Moulin of Gabon, Trinidad and Tobago's Bertrand Lanziquot of England, Ogundiran of Nigeria, McCreath of Canada, the first 5 lanes. There is Pierrick Linda Moulin. Second in her heat in 11.47, just outside her season's best at Gabon. She's in lane 1, Bertrand, Trinidad and Tobago. She has won in the Commonwealth Games before, and she won her heat in 11.44. That's a long way off her season's best. Lanziquot's had a lot of injury problems this last year, but the English athlete in 3 looked very, very good in qualifying this morning, winning a heat in 11.04, windy 11.04. There's a Gondaran of Nigeria. That was the McCreath. I think, is there a non-starter here in this heat? The Australian Ebony Lane goes in 7. We saw De Freitas of the British Virgin Islands, and Niles, the Gondaran of Nigeria, is the non-starter, excuse me. She was meant to be in lane 4. And Kishorna Niles goes in lane 8 for Barbados. Just 20 years old. Second in the heat this morning, 11.52. That was a season's best. She has run 11.3. De Freitas we saw just there in the blue of the British Virgin Islands. So, lane 4, empty. Imani Larananzikwo, coached by Marco O'Reilly, based in Italy these days, but born in Peckham, southeast London. There's De Freitas. Good experience, these athletes, these conditions to take and bank for future events. De Freitas, the British Virgin Islands, third from left in lane 6. Well, brilliant start there from the Canadian McCreath. Charlie McCreath steaming away with this one at the moment, beginning to get run down. Here comes Lanzikwo, really good second half from Lanzikwo. Is she going to get there? Yes, she is. Takes it by half a metre, maybe a little bit more. Eases past McCreath, the Canadian. So the English athlete and the Canadian go through by right. And that winning time, 11.13 for Imani Lara Lanzikwo. Just 1/100th of a second outside her season's best. That is brilliant. She had a windy 11.04 in her heat. And she earns her place in the final there. Remember, Lewis winning the first semi-final in 11 seconds dead. It came up initially as 10.98. That was an unfortunate adjustment, but that 11 seconds dead for the Australian winning the first semi was a national record. Lanzikwo builds her race nicely, Danny, doesn't she? Through the second half, just eases. Doesn't really hit the front, I think, until about 30 metres out.
No, McCreath sort of had the edge on her into the first half of the race, but Lanzikwo just really pulled through in the second half of the race in the dying stages. McCreath not quite living up to the performances she has been delivering lately, but she's done enough to get through to the final. In these conditions, these athletes, that's all they want to do is get safely through to the final. But a fantastic performance from Lanzikwo. And here the athletes in the hot seats doing the swap over.
And that women's 100 final is the last track event of the evening. It's at 9:40 local time here in Scotland. That's UK time 9:40. So make the adjustments for where you are watching if you're not on UK time. There it is, confirmation. Imani Lanzikwo winning for England 11.13. Charlie McCreath of Canada 11.19, and De Freitas, I'm afraid, does not go through with that third place for British Virgin Islands, 11.28. About a metre down behind the really fast starting McCreath, who was chased down, actually led for about 70 metres. But now we should be able to get a good idea of the finalists later on.
There's a look at the results from this women's shot put. Just the 3 attempts of the heptathletes. Mia Scary leading the way at the moment. So that's going to help her point score overall. The youngster, she's not that long out of the junior ranks. And a very good day. Maddie Wilson topped Group B with 12 metres and 10 centimetres. The Kiwi was in the bronze medal position coming into this third event. But we've crunched the numbers, and that is the current standings in the women's heptathlon. Jada Dowda leading the way, 2,789 points, 25 points ahead of Kate O'Connor. There's been a point swing between the Northern Irish athlete and between between Jada Dowda, the English woman. Great to see all 15 athletes getting some valid throws in there in the shot put, despite the rainy conditions.
So Lamara Distin of Jamaica, she is the defending champion. Look at those conditions. Her opening height 177 was no problem. This is 182, 1.82 m. That's half an inch below 6 feet. I wonder how often she's competed in this sort of weather in Jamaica. 182, first time. No problem at all. That was very smooth indeed. Good workmanlike performance there from Distin. She'll need to go a lot higher, of course, to take or retain her title. 5th at the World Championships back in 2023 in Budapest, where it was sweltering hot. A little bit different tonight, but it's the same for all of them. She came 6th in London last week with 1.93 m, and that might be the sort of height that get you a medal here tonight in these conditions. Who knows? Long way to go yet.
And it's quite hard, isn't it? It was a great jump from Distin and a brilliant way to sort of be performing in the early stages of this competition. But there was no time for any joy, was there? She was just racing off the bed as fast as she could. Here's Adeshina of Nigeria. 2 attempts at 177, and this is her first attempt at 182. There we go. It wasn't perfect from Adeshina, wasn't it? Loads of height, but just came down on the bar slightly. But she does look delighted Just her and distant clear at this height so far. Been a long old season for Adesina, very busy over in the American collegiate scene. Very successful over there as well. There's confirmation. One blip, one failure at 177.
Horrible having to put on a wet coat on top of a wet coat on top of a wet vest. It's a case of keeping your various layers of dampness dry or as warm as possible, I suppose.
Third semi-final for the women's 100 metres. Our first look at Jonelle Smith, Amy Hunt, Zoe Hobbs, those three athletes in the centre, had a bye through to this semi-final stage. The rain is definitely getting heavier here. These phenomenal times in the men's race. Manuel Asemi, 9.89, topping the list there. And Tori Lewis, 11 seconds exactly to win the first semi-final. That's starting to look like that might be the fastest time we see today as the rain gets heavier. The time qualifiers at the moment, Jodine Williams, 11.13, and Michelle Lee Ai, 11.28. So that's the target here. Ai was in the end just 1,000th faster than Beyoncé de Freitas of the British Virgin Islands. That's what it comes down to in sprinting. Starting on the inside, Georgia Harris of Australia, last year's World University Games champion and national champion. She's picked up a bronze at the Oceanic Championships as well. Shanti Puera of Singapore in her third appearance at the Commonwealth Games. She's made the semi-final at her last two appearances. Jonelle Smith, a new personal best to come fifth at the Prefontaine Diamond League of 9.89. She was fifth at the World Indoors this year. Silver medalist at the World Championships over 200 metres, representing England here over the 100. Amy Hunt takes 4. The Oceanic record holder, Zoe Hobbs of New Zealand, goes in 5. She was 5th in Birmingham, but she's improved since then. Eze Chukwu of Nigeria goes in lane 6. A 17-year-old looked great yesterday, winning her heat. Gabrielle Cole of Canada will go in lane 7. Looking to make it 3 Canadians through to the final. Dina Ngandula of Zambia will go in lane 8. 11.48, her lifetime best. Set yesterday morning to get through to the semi-final. Really tough conditions for these women. Let's hope they've managed to stay warm. We've seen the officials be very well organised, allow the athletes to stay in their kit. Still a major test for these sprinters. Harris of Australia will go in lane 1. Pereira of Singapore in lane 2. Smith of Jamaica in 3. Hunt of England in 4. Hobbs of New Zealand in 5. Eze Chukwu of Nigeria in 6. Cole of Canada in 7. And Ngandula of Zambia in lane 8. The final semi-final for the women's 100. Strong start from Zoe Hobbs. She's always reliable out to the blocks. The Kiwi athlete leading the way at the moment in her long tights, but here comes Amy Hunt on the charge, and she's taking the Jamaican Jonelle Smith with her. 11.01. And I think, to me, in the stadium here, it was Amy Hunt that took the win. She has gone underneath 11 seconds this year, but I think could be perhaps still her second fastest time of her career running these conditions. Jonelle Smith just looking on, trying to get some confirmation of what happened. The slowest time qualifier at the moment, Michelle Lee Ai on 11.28. I don't think she's going to survive the efforts from this race. Those first 3 were so closely matched across the line.
They were, as coming across that line, it was very, very close, wasn't it? Hobbs got a fantastic start out of the blocks, but it's the strength of Amy Hunt, that 200-metre strength that brings her through in the closing stages of the race. Here you see Amy just trying to keep warm before the race. Zoe Hobbs gets a great start, doesn't she? Very, very powerful athlete. But it's just that strength and power and endurance of the 200-metre runner, Amy Hunt, just pulling through in the last stage of the race and dragging along Smith as well from Jamaica.
It was pretty gritty there from Jonelle Smith. She wasn't the fastest out of the block. Well, she was good out of the block. She actually got a very good reaction time, but the first half of her race, she was playing catch-up, really, to Zoe Hobbs and Amy Hunt. But Jonelle Smith, in lifetime best form at the age of 30, desperate to get into the final, and I think she would have done that on time. Amy Hunt almost looked like she enjoyed that here. There we go, 11.02, 11.04 to 11.07 for Jo Neal-Smith. That's easily fast enough for the Jamaican to make it into the final. We mentioned the deteriorating conditions here across this semi-finals. Very impressive for Amy Hunt to deliver 11.02. Zoe Hobbs equally impressive with an 11.04. And Jo Neal-Smith confirmed with the time qualifying small Q in third with 11.07.
There's the athletes who have made it through to the final. Tori Lewis with that Australian record. LeDuc looked fantastic. Amy Hunt too. Zoe Hobbs looked strong. Jo Neal-Smith, Jodine Williams, a brace of Jamaicans, and Lanzuko and McCreath for England and Canada, respectively. They were first and second in that second semi-final. So nobody under 11 seconds there, but I was sneaking feeling we might see it come the final, irrespective of the weather conditions, because those are pretty quick times, as were the men's in their semi-finals, for these wet conditions. Even if it's not cold, the track, by the way, has now got almost a complete surface of standing water that the rain is just adding to.
And we are hearing that the women's high jump has been postponed at the moment. The bar just edging up towards, it was on a 182 it was. We did have a few clearances, but the officials just deciding to take a break. And might be some of the athletes that have had a failure at 182, wishing that break had happened a little earlier. Lamara Distant to Matope Adeshina are clear at that height. And when you look further down the scorecard, Elena Patterson and Nicola Olaschlagers haven't even come into the competition yet. The two Australians staying dry, staying out of trouble, but they can have a long wait until they do their first jumps.
Well, I wonder if the hammer throw will go ahead. The athletes look to be out there, but these are horrible conditions for the hammer throw as well. And of course, the force they produce, the centrifugal force they produce in that discipline is absolutely monstrous. And I wonder whether or not there might be, because of the intensity of the rain, both ends of the stadium, the big stands at both ends of the stadium, a lot of spectators have gone off to try and find some shelter, while what they hope is just a temporary blitz from above, until they hope it eases off. There's the lineup for that final. Simpson Sullivan of England, Lauren Bruce of New Zealand, Nigeria's Olatoye, Shomachuk of Canada is out there as well, but of course the outstanding favourite is the Canadian, the reigning Olympic champion, Cameron Rogers. They already have gold from the men's hammer. There's McCausland Kelly from Scotland. She'll be first in the throwing order. She's only 20 years old, 11th in qualifying with 60.59, but she's a 66-metre thrower. If she can find that here, she should make the cut, and that means the top 8 and get 6 throws. Charlotte Payne is out there for England, the 24-year-old. 66.72 in qualifying, she threw well. Gillian Weir, the Canadian number 2, is out there as well, 9th in qualifying, 63.84, but she's a 71-metre thrower this year. Valentina Saba of Cyprus is also out there, 65 metres in qualifying. Cameron Rogers, well, the 27-year-old is nailed on favourite, won her qualifying with 66.81. Tara Simpson-Sullivan of England, a 66-metre throw at her best this year, has thrown nearly 70 metres. Today would be a good time. Lauren Bruce of New Zealand, likewise, a 74.5-metre throw. She could be a danger. Nigeria's Olatoye, who threw 62 metres in qualifying. She's a 70-metre plus thrower. Shomachuk, likewise, has a lifetime best of 71.25 this year. 64 was enough to get her through qualifying yesterday. Nayoka Clunis of Jamaica is out there as well. She's a 72-metre thrower. And Laura Roberts has eased over 70 metres last year. Not yet this year, 69.05, her season's best. She threw 66 in qualifying. But Cameron Rogers, well, has 2 world titles in the hammer. World champion from 2023 and 2025. Undisputed world number 1. Won the world junior title back in 2018, 8 years ago. And, well, she is the defending champion, of course, once things get underway. Right now, she's the reigning champion, Cameron Rogers of Canada. As McCausland Kelly ready to step into the circle to get proceedings going. All smiles, really positive. I'm sure she's focused and has got her head in the right place. Personal best 66.13. She was almost 6 metres down on that in qualifying, but that was okay, that was fine. 66.13 coming in the USA back in the middle of April in the collegiate season. She, of course, is on a scholarship over there in the USA. Here we go then. 12 athletes in this hammer final. McCausland Kelly, an opportunity to produce something special here. Well, she is trying to operate in about an inch of water in that circle. Look at it. I mean, literally. Her left foot goes way outside the circle. I think she lost all semblance of spatial awareness where she was in the circle there. Very, very hard. When you can't feel the ground, you start losing your bearings. They've been through that process, through that motor pattern thousands of times, but the water, I don't suppose very often they've tried to throw in an inch of water in training, Hannah.
No, and I think it's going to be very, very tricky for these athletes and the way they're going to have to adapt kind of mid-competition. I'm sure at some point in their career they would have thrown in poor conditions like this, whether it was a club event, whether it was national championships. And you perhaps, if it was like this on a training day, you might choose to opt out. You might kind of say it's not safe, exactly. I'm not going to throw, but it just reminds me somewhat of the men's discus final in Tokyo last year, when it got postponed because it was raining. And do you remember they were trying all sorts of different types of footwear? They were all slipping and sliding around the circle. So it was good to see the Scottish athlete McCausland Kelly kind of staying on her feet. I know she lost her way, she drifted, but there wasn't any slipping there. That's when they're going to really lose their nerve.
I'm actually a little surprised, having seen that shot of how deep the water is in the circle. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't postponed this. The rain is teeming down. It's only getting deeper. Pretty soon they'll be standing in a medium-sized swimming pool. Stephanie Ratcliffe then. The second consecutive throw goes into the cage, and that's implement stuck up there in the netting. The officials have to get that down. I really do think the writing is on the wall, and maybe the chief field official will have to make a decision here. I'm wondering whether or not this will be continued. They've stopped the high jump. That's an event that is drastically affected by very, very wet conditions underfoot, but the same applies to the hammer, and yet McCausland, Kelly and Ratcliffe have had to throw.
And they are delaying the women's heptathlon 200 as well. I think that might be partly due to the shot put taking a bit longer than was anticipated. The officials do like to try and stick to the recovery times that they've given the athletes, a sort of a bit of a blueprint on what's safe and what's responsible to ask the athletes to do. The women's heptathlon's been pushed back slightly. The men's T20 long jump has also been delayed. We've seen the athletes trying to warm up on the back straight. There's a bit of a cheer for the officials here, just freeing the shot, put the hammer from the net. It is an art. They will get it, and Stephanie Ratcliffe will get her hammer back. These athletes do have their own throwing implements. They only share in sort of emergency situations where they might have lost theirs. Just seeing Charlotte Payne trying to smile her way through the rain here, and I know it was a different event, that men's discus. You know, it's similarities in terms of the rotation and what's required, and it really was a kind of war of the minds there, and Daniel Stoll for me was the only athlete that sort of looked pleased to be there, and there was a shade of that around Charlotte Payne there, just a bit of a smile, a bit of a comic look up at the rain, and a look at what the officials are doing here.
Well, Stoll, of course, being a Swede, was used to challenging conditions. He powered his way through it to retain or regain the World Championship gold. The officials there looked a bit nonplussed. They're trying to sweep the water, but there was nowhere to sweep it to. It's like standing in the middle of a foot-deep lake and with a broom and trying to brush the water somewhere. It's all around you.
Charlotte Payne has got an opportunity here to get herself up among the medals based on the rankings, and we are going to see our first valid throw. Well, 65 metres something, I think, for Charlotte Payne. And this I mean about the body language, Tim. This is what I saw in Daniel Stoll last summer. Just the only person that was sort of embracing it and saying, well, this is what we've got today. There's no point in sulking about it. There's no point trying to avoid it. Just get stuck in. And Charlotte Payne geeing the crowd up there as well, responding to the cheer. And the Englishwoman didn't look totally comfortable in qualification yesterday. She did navigate it in the end, but It wasn't smooth sailing for these hammer throw women yesterday either, but 66 metres 09 for Charlotte Payne. It's not going to set the world alight, but I think on an evening like that, I'd love to know what that's worth, what that could convert to, because I don't know, I think that's a pretty strong mark to be putting out there.
Well, she celebrated, didn't she, just to get it out of the cage and out across the sector. Brilliant throw, 66.09 from Payne. That's only about 65 centimetres, something like that, less than she threw, shorter than she threw in qualifying. Anyway, Gillian Weir of Canada, 5th at the World Championships in Eugene back in 2022. She's been there and done it. 9th in qualifying yesterday. How big can she throw? Keeps her tracksuit bottoms on, and that's not bad. That's about 66 metres as well. It looks almost identical. Payne, the English athlete, 66.09 for her opener. McCausland Kelly of Scotland and Ratcliffe of Australia both had no throws, so they haven't yet recorded a mark. This is only the 4th throw of the evening, but Gillian Weir there, well, she's a 73-metre thrower at her absolute best. What's she been given? 66.36. She has, some 27 centimetres on Charlotte Payne. Very close between the two valid throws so far.
So we are going to get ready for the slightly delayed women's 200 metres in the heptathlon. Can't see any athletes out there on the track.
No, it has been delayed. We've
yet.
just been told, Hannah, actually. Somebody's written to us and said that the 200s have been delayed.
It was only meant to be delayed a couple of minutes. That was the last update we got. And we'll see. It is at the moment Jade O'Dowd 25 points ahead of Kate O'Connor. Neve Emerson up into the bronze medal position. She's got a just under 20-point buffer over Mia Scarry, the Australian. And Maddie Wilson going well for New Zealand in 5th. We are due to have 2 heats of the 200 metres, and maybe they're letting the athletes hide somewhere away from the rain, but would expect to see them make their way towards the blocks pretty soon, and I can't see them as I look out over the track.
No, there's not a lot of activity out there. I think there are discussions plenty going on backstage, so to speak, and I think the decision's been made to halt proceedings in most disciplines for the moment. The track is drenched, and it could be quite dangerous for the athletes on that bend, Danny, I'm thinking. In 200s, you know, the centrifugal force, the foot placement. In the high jump, they have spikes in the heels of their shoes, but not in their running spikes, and they could slip very easily on that bend in a 200. Anyway, back to this hammer final. And here is the Olympic and world champion, Cameron Rogers.
So it was a win for Ethan Katzberg last night, and after his medal ceremony, he did speak to our colleague Rona McLeod, who's down conducting the interviews in the mix zone, and he said, I actually think they could throw further in the rain. Cameron Rogers perhaps proving Ethan Katzberg right, out over 70 metres, and she didn't look good yesterday. She made tough work of it. She did top the group in the end with 68 metres, but similar to Charlotte Payne, kind of almost performing better than yesterday already. In fact, I think it is going to be better. It's going to be out over 70 metres. But she looks a bit more fluent, a bit more relaxed here today than she did yesterday. That is her own games record from Birmingham last time out, 74.68. We can see on the graphic, and the coach likes it as well.
Determined, perhaps, is the reasoning. You know, you either succumb and go under because of the conditions, or you rise above it, both mentally and physically, and just get on with it, as you said so eloquently about 10 minutes ago. Just do it.
Well, I think it's you do just have to. We're going to see a lot of that this evening. I'm incredibly impressed by those 100-metre sprinters just getting it done. But Cameron Rogers, that's really going to take the pressure off her. We haven't got a measurement quite yet for it. But already, honestly, the body language on Cameron Rogers totally different from yesterday. Maybe that was just the nerves of the first round. We'll see a lot of that as well at this championships. And solidarity here from Cameron Rogers' coach. No umbrella for him. He's out there in the elements.
200-metre runners are finally out on the track, so it looks like we're going to get some track action. It is brightening up a little bit at the moment, dare I say, here in Glasgow.
You sure that's not just the floodlights that have come on?
Possibly, just our optimism.
Yes. Well, it's brightened up for Cameron Rogers. 71 metres 52. That gives her an over 5-metre advantage. Gillian Weir in second place for Canada at the moment. Charlotte Payne in third. Just the first round here of the women's hammer final. Tara Simpson-Sullivan just made it in. She was the last woman to make it into this 12-person final. Cone still out there. The officials just making sure everything's set up. Still no action in the women's high jump final. They are all still out there. Haven't seen anyone sort of packing up their bag and walking away. So it is going to restart just when the officials think it's safe enough. They're on the same side of the track here as the hammer throwers. Tara Simpson-Sullivan limbering up. Oh, just falling out the circle here. Simpson-Sullivan skipping out of the puddle. That won't be measured. That will be a foul for Simpson-Sullivan. It did look like a slightly less standing water in the circle, perhaps. And only the top 8 out of these 12 women will get all 6 throws. We'll lose 4 after round 3.
Well, there is the lineup for this first of 2 heats in the women's heptathlon. 7 athletes out there. Catherine O'Connor is in second overall, behind Jade O'Dowda, who after that, the first 3 disciplines, the 100 hurdles, the high jump and the shot put, has taken the lead, 2.789 to O'Connor's 2.764. And they're out in lane 8, Ali Routledge. Routledge overall at the moment, lying down in 14th place. The Jamaican there, the Cameroon athlete, excuse me, Mafeking, she overall is down in 15th place. We saw Niamh Emerson there, she's in 3rd overall. Lucy Woodward going in lane 5 for Jersey. She's 13th with 2.371, 25.4 her best. Blair, Hannah Blair of Canada, going well. In 11th place, 2.496. She's a 24.6 200-metre runner. She'll look for a good run here. Good lane draw, lane 4. Kate O'Connor of Northern Ireland. Well, she's the best placed of this field. She's in 2nd place. Her 200 best, 24.07. She's in 3, and in lane 2, Maddie Wilson of New Zealand, 2.610, lying in 5th place overall. A lot to fight for. Her boyfriend, of course, Maddie Wilson, is fellow international athlete Hamish Kerr, the Olympic champion in the high jump, who's had to pull out of these championships. He's decided to focus upon refreshing himself, basically. I think that's not a bad move with big championships to come in months and years ahead. So, points absolutely critical for these athletes. So precious.
Set.
Well, every 10th of a second is worth 10 points here. So time's absolutely critical, even if you're not winning. Really good running there in lane 3 from Kate O'Connor. She's run a fabulous bend here, 24.07 her best. She might be heading for a personal best here. The flags are still limp. There is no wind in the arena. The rain is pouring down. This looks a bit of a mismatch. She's 8 or 9 metres in the lead. Really good running there. Coming through for England is Niamh Emerson in lane 6. But that is a marvellous run, 24.14 for Kate O'Connor. And she celebrates, no wonder she celebrates in style. Wow. Well, Kate O'Connor delivering there, and it looked from that run, Hannah, like she should have been in the other race, quite frankly. Good running too from Niamh Emerson. Really nice run. Waiting for that result to come through from that race. O'Connor 24.14, Emerson 24.95. And Emerson, well, she'll be pleased with that. It's only half a second off her lifetime best. That was in Manchester a few years ago now, 8 years ago.
I think Kate O'Connor had a brilliant indoor season, 3rd at the World Indoor Championships, but hasn't competed outdoors. So I think it will be that lack of season's best that's cost her here on the rankings, if you like, on the seedings, that has left her in this second heat. And she was probably glad to draw lane 3 and have the other athletes to chase. but 24:14, a lifetime best 24:07, to be that close to it after the disappointment of that shot, the shot put, the frustration we saw there from Kate O'Connor, is slipping down to second behind Jado Dowda. That response on the track in the race was impressive, and you can see what it meant to her across the line. And Niamh Emerson, season's best 24:95. I've said it before, the injury issues this Englishwoman's been through in the last few years, just too many to catalogue, and to see her in the bronze medal position at the moment. She might slip down, you know, given the speed of the women in the second heat, but a good run from the top two here in the first heat.
Kate O'Connor, brilliant shots there, and slow motion of her determination through the last 50. Gritted teeth, really punching with the arms and working for that time. 967 points. It was a season's best. Same for Niamh Emerson. Great running in second place, 24:95. Lucy Woodward, a personal best. Likewise, Ali Routledge for Scotland there, going really well and getting a personal best too in lane 8.
Lauren Bruce going in the first round of the women's hammer. I mentioned Cameron Rogers, you know, she's an outlier here. She's way ahead, 81 metres this season. And there's a good few athletes on 72 metres this season. Lauren Bruce is one of those. Settling herself into the circle. Lauren Bruce, left-hand thrower, so they've had to adjust the throwing cage for her. Just about stays in the circle. And it's out over 65 metres. Very good from Bruce. Of course, we saw that 71.52 from Cameron Rogers. But everyone else just settling in between the 65 and the 70-metre line. Calm here from Bruce, not giving much away. She'll be pleased with what she sees here on the scoreboard. Every single athlete has packed an umbrella. I wonder who were out buying those in the centre of Glasgow in the last couple of days, sending their support staff to get one. 67 metres, 41 for Lauren Bruce. She goes into second place.
Next up at the back of the track, it's the men's T20 long jump for men's with an intellectual impairment. Here is your starting lineup, the big favourite from Malaysia, Latif Romli. He is the current 2 times Paralympic champion, 5 times world champion.
Jumping at 1, the T20 Paralympic champion of 2016 and 2020, representing Malaysia, Abdul Latif Romli.
Abdul Latif Romli, he, as I said previously, he is a 2-time Paralympic champion, 5-time world champion. Samuel Jose is part of the British Athletics Academy, and he studies carpentry and joinery.
Jumping at 3, the IPC World Championship silver medalist of 2023, representing Canada, Noah Vucic.
Noah Vucic is most likely to challenge Romli.
Jumping at 4 with a lifetime best of 7 metres 11, representing Malaysia, Eljo Kotua.
Eljo Kotua, representing Malaysia.
Jumping at 5, he jumped 6 metres 57 in Sharjah in March, representing
Louis
Malaysia,
Roubaix. He's
Roubaix.
also competed in the 400 in the 2017 World Champs and the long jump in the long jump in 2019 World Champs.
At 6 metres 72 for Scotland,
The local athlete, Stephen Stone, makes his Scotland debut. He'll be the crowd favourite here today.
Jumping at 7, his best set this season at 6:24.
Eddie Capdor. He's a very experienced jumper, competing in the Tokyo and the Paris Games, Paralympic Games.
And jumping at 8
from Australia, Lindsay Hendy,
representing Australia
from
Lindsay
Townsville in Australia.
That's the lineup. 20 is an international impairment category.
And that was your lineup for the men's long jump T20 intellectual impairment category.
And we had a great T20 men's 1500 metres yesterday. That was a great 1500 metre race and a real advert for including that competition here. And I'm looking forward to watching the men's T20 long jump unfold. But this is the second heat of the heptathlon 200. Sienna McDonald will go in lane 8. She was fastest in the hurdles. She's a great runner, we know that. Ellen Barber of England goes in lane 7. It was PB for her as well in the hurdles. Lane 6 goes to Brianna Stevenson of New Zealand. A lifetime best 23.83, really competitive. That would get her over 1,000 points. Ella Rush of Gibraltar was 6th in the World Juniors a few years ago. She takes lane 5. And the current leader, Jade O'Dowda of England, bronze medalist from Birmingham in 2022. She goes in 4. Tori West of Australia will go in lane 3. She's really quick as well. 23.67, her lifetime best. Anna Macaulay of Northern Ireland. She won the opening heat of the hurdles this morning in a lifetime best. And Mia Scieri of Australia, the 21-year-old, in 4th place at the moment. She might have had half an eye on the time. Need Emerson, that was just underneath 25 seconds. Jade O'Dowda, a whole load of self-talk here. She's going to be chasing that 24.14 of Kate O'Connor, trying to keep her 30-point advantage over the Northern Irish women. Scieri in 1, Macaulay in 2, West in 3, O'Dowda in 4, Rush goes in 5, Stevenson in 6, Barber in 7, and McDonald in 8. This is the second heat of the women's heptathlon 200, the final action of the heptathlon for this opening day for their 7 events.
Set.
Ooh, false start here. And unlike in the open events where the athletes compete over just a single event, you are allowed a false start in the multi-events. Because of the jeopardy, really, that would be undoing all the work you've done in the subsequent disciplines. There is a bit more leniency. O'Dowda has that blue bib on as the event leader. She's desperate to go into tonight as leader. I think a twitch there, looking like it was Tori West. Couldn't see all the athletes, of course, but West, with the athletes around her, certainly started faster than them. It's a reminder that the women's high jump is interrupted due to rain. They've taken the athletes off the track, taken them back into the cool room, so it wasn't quite enough space to keep them all dry. We'll have another go here at the women's 200 in the heptathlon. Scieri in 1, Macaulay in 2. See, we're just going to get a yellow card shown as expected to Tori West in lane 3. Jade O'Dowda goes in lane 4, the current event leader. Ella Rush in 5, Brianna Stevenson in 6, Ellen Barber in 7, and Sienna McDonald goes in lane 8.
Set.
And they're away this time, pretty even out of the blocks from these 8 women. Good moving here from Anna Macaulay in lane 2. She's already up on Tori West. And a great run on the outside for Brianna Stevenson. And Jade O'Dowda working hard here in the middle of the field. It could be another Northern Irish win, back-to-back Northern Irish wins in these 200-metre heats. But the Australians might have something to say about that. In the closing stages, Anna Macaulay just holds off Tori West. It was a win for her teammate, Kate O'Connor, 24.14 in the first heat. And Macaulay, I think, did get the win. It wasn't as fast as her teammate, the woman in 2nd place before this event. Still mighty impressive for Anna Macaulay. I think she enjoyed herself, but she can barely see through the rain.
I think she can barely see, and at the end of today's activities, I think she's probably quite tired. But didn't she get a fantastic start from that inside lane? She's got all the athletes outside her, and she just gets into her running very, very quickly and starts tracking down the other athletes. Tori West started pulling her back in those closing stages, but just didn't have enough. You can see here running in lane 2, Macaulay is just driving forward. She's got a good lead now, but this is where West just starts coming back on her. But she does really well, Macaulay, just to hold that lead. You can see her, she's tightening up. She's flailing for the line. She's giving it everything she's got.
Got to say, it wasn't a sprinting perfection from Anna Macaulay, but I don't think she'll care one bit. That was all guts in the last 20 metres, hunting down tenths of a second. 24.55, that's going to be 929 points for Anna Macaulay.
I think that was all guts for 200 metres from Anna Macaulay. That was a very, very gutsy run. She gave that everything at the end of an exhausting day.
And a good recovery from Tori West, kind of unfazed by that false start. Getting the job done, 24.60. It's not good news for Jado Dowda, the Englishwoman who was in the lead. She's down in 7th place in that race alone, 24.93. So 0.8 of a second down on Kate O'Connor. And Tim did mention, each 10th of a second, 10 points. So there's an 80-point swing there for Kate O'Connor. It's going to give her the lead overnight.
That's a huge switch round, isn't it? Well, talking of the switch round, switch over to from fast sprinting to fast spinning. This women's hammer final. We're getting into the meat of the competition now. Well, Rogers still leads with her opener 71.52. Charlotte Payne opened with 66.09. I think she's just found a little bit more. She celebrated her first round throw because it was the first valid mark of the competition. But 66.09 is what she's looking to improve upon. She needs 67.41 to catch Lauren Bruce in 2nd place, the Kiwi. Of course, Rogers is out there 71.5 metres plus her opening throw. 67.28 there for Charlotte Payne. She finds another metre and more and closes right up behind Lauren Bruce. Building nicely, that battle up at the top.
As results of the second women's heptathlon 200, Anna Macaulay 24.55, Tori West 24.60, Brianna Stevenson 24.71, and I mentioned Jado Dowda, the leader, coming in here down in 7th place. It didn't go the way of the Englishwoman. And look at the reshuffle here on the standings. Kate O'Connor back into the lead, 3,731, 50 points or 49 points ahead of Jado Dowda. Mia Scarey has nudged herself by 6 points into the bronze medal position ahead of Niamh Emerson. And still 15 athletes through the first four events. Let's hope we keep all 15 through to the 800 metres tomorrow night. And they'll come back tomorrow for 3 more events.
The 10,000 metres for men, the next event on the track. The athletes out there lined up below us near the start line. 15 starters in this one. And boy, is this going to be character testing. The home crowd surely will get behind Andy Butchart. He was 7th in Birmingham 4 years ago in the 10,000 metres. 34 years old now, Butchart. Has had a massive injuries. But of course, the East Africans are here in force. Oscar Chalimo. Well, it was a Jacob Kiplimo who took the gold 4 years ago in Birmingham for Uganda, ahead of Simiyu and Kibiwott Kandie of Kenya taking silver and bronze. There is Dan Kibet of Uganda. He's a 27.35 man at his best, only 28.34 this year. Benjamin Ratsim of Tanzania, just 19 years old. Recently ran, I say recently, I was there, it was in Bangalore back in May. He ran 27.47 on the roads in India. Ishmael Kipkurui is out there. Dave Malarkey as well for Isle of Man. 27.26, his lifetime best earlier on this year from Peel on the Isle of Man. Andy Butchart there getting a big cheer from this Scottish crowd here at Scotstoun. Oscar Chalimo of Uganda, 5,000 metre world bronze in Eugene 2022. He was 3rd in Manchester 10K just a few weeks back in 27.42. Scott Beattie is out there as well for England, the only Englishman in this race. Seychelles, Evan Moisey is there. So is Lockley Mofolo of Lesotho. He's at 28.59 for Mackay Robinson of Australia. Well, of course, they had the winner in the women's race. What a run that was. Quite astonishing destruction of the East African hopes in the women's 10,000 metres. Daniel Simiyu of Kenya goes there. He's one of the favourites, 26.57 performer. Cherop of Uganda, likewise, his 28.20 performer, but I'm sure he can go much faster. Edwin Kurgat, 26.46, his lifetime best. He was 7th at the Olympic Games in Paris in that super fast final. And completing the lineup, Gulveer Singh of India there on the inside. He's at 27 dead, his lifetime best. He's a brilliant athlete, just another indication of how Indian track and field athletics is gradually clawing its way up to true world class across the board. So the rain continues to come down. I was going to say it's eased off a little bit, but just looking down there, look at that shot. It is still very heavy. And Andy Butchart, well, maybe he's thinking, these are my conditions, they belong to me. He's born in Stirling, coached by Derek Easton, his partner, of course, Lindsay Sharp, European champion back in 2012, 800 meters European champion in Helsinki. He's runs for the Central Athletics Club up in Stirling. Andy Butchart, after several years based in the USA. He's gone straight to the front, but he's keeping it at a nice steady tempo at the moment, almost single file, but I don't think it's particularly quick. But one advantage of being out in front, of course, you haven't got splashing coming up at you in your face and soaking you down. I think they're probably all going to be soaked through pretty soon, but it's just not nice having water splashed in your eyes and all up your legs, and it makes your legs cold and it can cause cramping, or at least just a not very nice cold feeling when you should be feeling very warm. Athletics is supposed to be a summer sport.
Well, track athletics is meant to be a summer sport, and I'm surprised that Kai Robinson is the first runner I've seen wearing a cap. That used to be kind of my go-to hack if you're running in conditions like this. Chuck a cap on, and then at least you're sheltered from one direction. Cameron Rogers in total control of this women's hammer final, 71.52 in the first round. She is the game's record holder with 74.68. She's looking absolutely fine in these conditions. That's gone further than the 71.52. And if you weren't with us yesterday, you would have heard us. If you were with us yesterday, you would have heard us talking about the fact there's kind of turf on top of AstroTurf here. And look at the bounce. Cameron Rogers' hammer. It's gone flying off. It went into the one of the LED boards yesterday, sort of crashed through the bottom of it. Sort of a live competition situation you can't really plan for, you can't really necessarily predict. Cameron Rogers straight under the umbrella. She can hear it in the stadium announcement. 74 meters 38. She extends her lead to 7 meters and nears in on her own games record. She's just within 30 centimeters of that. This takes us to the current silver medal position athlete, Lauren Bruce of New Zealand. Just keeping herself ahead of Charlotte Payne. About 1.30 meters at the moment. I love that little head dip from Lauren Bruce just right at the end of her technique. That looks pretty similar. It's disorientating slightly. We're used to the hammer landing in the ground and you can see the tail showing you where it is. And but here in Glasgow, it just skips off down the field. The officials are nimble getting out the way. You can see where they did their measurement, took their measurement from here. It could be an improvement for Lauren Bruce. And thumbs up from Bruce. There it is, 67.63. So 22 centimetre improvement.
Well, they go through 1,200 meters after a 68-second lap. And their time there, 3:31.8. They went through 1 kilometer in 2:57.9, so only a couple of clicks inside 3 minutes. They're running at about 29:30 pace. It's pedestrian for men of this caliber. Andy Butchart led the first 400 meters, then Mafolo of Lesotho took over. He's been in the lead for the last couple of laps. You can see Ebenyo there. He's a fabulous running machine, is Ebenyo for Kenya, one of that trio who, well, they had a 1-2-3 in the steeplechase last night. They could easily do the same here in this 10,000 meters, frankly. Ebenyo was a 26.57 performer. Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo. He's just running wide at the moment. And I think when it's this slow, you can afford to run wide and run those extra metres.
It does all add up, though, doesn't it, the fatigue? And Kai Robinson, the new Oceanic record holder over 5,000, he's tucked in behind Singh, not running any extra distance. And for me, David Balaki of the Isle of Man is one to watch. He ran a really good 3,000 recently, down to 7:38, very competitive. He's got a lot more speed than you'd expect for a 10,000 metre man. And he's lurking in there, running a short line as well.
We now go to the long jump, men's T20, books his first round jump.
Finishing strongly alongside her is Tory West. Right on the outside.
Looks like it's a clean jump. The athletes just in these conditions just wanting to get that first jump in. Just having a conversation with his coach. 6:66, Vucsis and his first round.
Well, the last 5 titles have been won by Uganda in the Commonwealth Games. Jacob Kiplimo is the reigning champion until the end of this race. Joshua Cheptegei, the world record holder, won it back on the Gold Coast in 2018. Part of a marvellous double for Cheptegei that really announced his arrival on the world scene. And there, 2K in 5:48.9, so a slightly quicker second kilometre. Remember, the first kilometre was only a couple of seconds inside 3 minutes. So that one, well, about a 2:50, a 2:51, that second kilometre. And 5:48, Mofolo, who's the athlete who seems quite happy to be at the front. And still there is no wind here in the arena, so there's no issues with, as there has been up till this morning, lunchtime really, where anybody going up the back straight was running to a very strong wind most of the time. Andy Butchart in second place. In third place is India's Gulveer Singh. Kai Robinson in that yellow vest of Australia and the white hat for them is in fourth. And Edwin Kirk out of Kenya. But Dave Malaki, that Hannah named as perhaps one of the favourites here, the Isle of Man athlete, goes in lane 6. Certainly the Brits will have run in these sort of conditions many, many times. Hannah on the roads, on the country and on the track. And familiarity is certainly a good friend to have in situations like this.
I think any of the athletes that came to Glasgow in the last 3 or 4 days, they might have expected these conditions to happen. We've had drizzle. I mean, it's significantly heavier rain than it has been for the last 4 or 5 days, but I think they would have known what could have been in store for them coming to Scotland for the Commonwealth Games.
Here we see Romley, the Paralympic and world champion. He had a no jump in the first round. He'll be looking to get something secure in the second round. He was a long way back from on the board, so he knows that part of it's clear. He's a fantastic jumper, Romley. 7.85 at his best, 7.76 this year. 20 centimetres behind the board. Some slight adjustments needed there. 7.08 in his second round jump. He looks quite pleased with that. I think he sees the irony in that 20 centimetres he can make up. That was a big jump. That was Gochu from Malaysia. He looks pleased with that. His first round jump was 6.06, seeing if he can go further on his second round jump.
One of the athletes coming back after an opening foul will be jumping next. That's Louis Denovan-Rabai of Mauritius.
Once again, quite a way back. I think the athletes are just trying to be a little bit secure in this. 6.51 in his second round jump.
Well, they've gone through 3,000 in this 10,000 in 8:38.65. They're coming up towards the 8 laps gone as they come through the line, so 17 to go. Still the leader, Mofolo, from Andy Butchart, from Gulveer Singh. from the Aussie there in 4th place. There's been very little change. They're just getting these laps out of the way. Robinson, the Aussie, in 4th place, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Some athletes choosing to stay wide off the curb. But behind them, Kurgat and Cherop and Malaki. Abenyo, watch Daniel Abenyo of Kenya. He's in 8th place at the moment. Scott Beattie is in there as well for England. Dan Kibet, Kip Kadui of Kenya, and Ratsim, all of them covered by a very small margin at the moment. There's Abenyo moving down the outside. He's a fabulous road racer. Abenyo, one of the quickest in history. But the laps have been, well, they've been churned out pretty regularly at 68. They've just had a 67, that 8th lap. And 68 seconds per lap is 28.20 pace. So it's not lightning quick, but he's gradually turning the screw. If he gets down towards the 67s and 66s, then the race is really on.
It is different from the women's last night, wasn't it? It was painfully slow through the first kilometre, and I think that's why we saw kind of larger fluctuations in pace in the women's race in kind of the last 4 kilometres or so. There will still be an explosion of pace at some point in this men's 10,000, but it might be a bit more subtle and perhaps a little bit later into the race. Still only in round 2. This women's hammer. Lara Roberts qualified very comfortably here. She's on 65.58, but she looked good throwing yesterday. And that's a brilliant throw from the Australian. A little bit of a jig out of that. We saw the leading mark, 74.38, Cameron Rogers. That's way ahead, but Lara Roberts here, right on top of the silver and bronze medal positions. That's Lauren Bruce on 67.63 and Charlotte Payne 67.28. I think Lara Roberts might have just reshuffled the leaderboard in 5th before this throw. 68 metres and 5 centimetres. She's up into 2nd.
The Malaysian athlete Romney currently in the lead after his 2nd round jump, looking to see if he can go any further than 7.08 in round 3. That looks bigger. It looks legal. He looks happy. He's got a great technique. He's still quite a way back from the ball. He's still got a little bit of room to make up. 24 centimetres. 7.17. He's inching further into the lead and getting closer to his season's best of 7.76.
Well, they've gone through 4K in this men's 10,000 metres, 11.27.93. It was a 2:51, by far the quickest kilometre of the race there. Still the leader is Mafolo of Lesotho. Still Andy Butchart in 2nd place. Abenyo now is moving up into 3rd place. That's the highest any of the East Africans, apart from Mafolo, have been. And let's have a look here. There's a little bit of pushing. Oh, and there's a faller. They went down really quickly, but got up equally quickly there. Trying to see who it was. We think it was maybe Kurgat. Oh, and somebody's lost a shoe. And is that Abenyo? No, it is Edwin Kurgat. Have a look at it again. So as there was a fall, so I think a shoe was pulled off. Oh, that's a really nasty looking fall. And that is Cherop of Uganda. He's a 28.20 performer. But he's back in touch with me. Didn't lose much ground, thankfully. It is just beginning to wind up a little bit. There's a little bit more movement, just a little bit. You just sense a little bit more urgency in the pack. They haven't yet reached 5,000. They haven't got a 5K yet. It's going to be at 5K. Something like just outside 14 minutes. So it has picked up a fair old bit. It's going to be about 14:30 at 5K, something like that.
Well, Edwin Kurgat is sprinting furiously around about 30 or 40 metres behind the pack. He did have to stop almost completely and put that shoe back on, and that is such a shame for Kurgat. He's a really, really good athlete, and he would expect to be in the mix here, and to have an issue like that, having to stop and replace a shoe just when it's starting to kick off. I'm going to say, I think a fall would be easier than the time and the effort that it takes to replace a shoe. There you go. You can see Kurgat just coming into the straight. And he's got to try and close that gap slowly and calmly, but he's doing it just as the race is kicking off.
Well, Daniel Abeno has hit the front. He's down on the start list as Daniel Simiyu, but he's Daniel Abeno. His last race, funny enough, was the win at the Chicago Half Marathon in just outside 60 minutes. He is super strong, this fella. Great speed, though. He has world silvers over 10,000 metres and the half marathon from 2023. Now he's beginning to re-stretch them away, isn't he? Dan Kibet in second place there for Uganda. Mofolo of Lesotho, the long-time leader, in third place. Andy Butchart back in about 8th or 9th now, 4th from the back of this group. Behind him is Dave Malaki of the Isle of Man. You just get the impression or the feeling that the East Africans are beginning to wrestle control of this one, although that's a big surge from Gulveer Singh of India up to 4th or 5th place. Malaki perhaps recognising the danger that this surge is on, and the race is really beginning to pick up now as they have gone through 5,000 in 14:15. It'll be fascinating to see the splits here, but I know we're heading for negative splits. This second half will be fierce. It'll be way, way below 14 minutes. And as I say that, so Abeno almost grinds to a halt there on the crown of the bend, as if to say to somebody else, come on, you come through. Look at that, they're bunching 4 across. And Andy Butchart's had enough of it. And I bet he's giving them some of his best Scottish accent there as he comes round the outside, as if to say to them, come on, you lot, what are you doing? We've worked hard here for the last few laps to bring some respectability to this. Let's get the pace going. And he hits the front, but he doesn't really want to be at the front. He just wants to give them all a shaking down and say, come on, pick it up, all contribute. That was a 68. The previous one, the lap just before that was a 65, and then 5 before that was 67s.
I love that. Andy Butchart, he's not known for mincing his words, and Kai Robinson was laughing or whatever it was that Andy Butchart said. But I mean, just saw a shot of his shoe, and I don't know, I thought it was going to be Edwin Kurgat, but I can see the athlete that was chasing that, I think. So there we go, we can see a lost shoe in the middle here of the pack. It's quite hard to pick out who it is that shoe belongs to. I think it could be the Ugandan that's just top. I think it's Cherop. Cherop there is running with one shoe on. Edwin Kurgat chose to stop and replace it. The Kenyan athlete just about finally on the back of this group there. You can see the red Kenyan vest through the rain, just attaching himself to the back of the pack. But what an effort here from Cherop. He's running with one shoe, and that's really hard to do, perhaps even harder with a sock on. And it's always a conundrum. Do you wear socks with your spikes? Everyone's got a different opinion, but in this scenario, it's probably adding a little bit more of a complication for the Ugandan.
Well, 2:49, that 6th kilometre, at 68 there, it's slowed down again. We had about 5 or 6 67s, and then a 65, and then Abeno thought, no, I've done enough of this, it's not working. There's still a big pack here. It's hardly surprising when he reached halfway in 14:15. And so he has dropped back into the pack, and he's letting them get on with it there. Ratsey moving down the outside there for South Africa, for Tanzania rather. He's only 19 years old. Came 29th in the World Cross Country back in January. You were there, Hannah. Rather different conditions there. Ironically, in a cross-country race, for what? It was about 25 degrees centigrade, wasn't it, down in Florida?
It's a really good point, isn't it? It was hot and humid in Tallahassee. Very tough running conditions. Totally different. And look at this from Dave Malaki of the Isle of Man. Of course, load of medals for them, thanks to Mark Cavendish in the cycling. They've never had a medal on the track. And Malaki, he's a British champion this year over 5,000 metres. He has got a turn of pace. He's got endurance as well. He's got that base. He wouldn't have a PB that would make you think he'd have a right to be leading the Commonwealth Games 10,000 metres, but it's more sort of that tactical awareness he's exhibited elsewhere. That 7:38 3,000 metres that makes me think he could get involved in this race.
Well, he's just dropped in a 65, Malaki, but it was a reluctant lead that he took. Abeno in second is back to the front now. Cherop there on the inside doesn't really want to lead, neither does Kibet. Robinson moving down the outside for Australia, Kai Robinson, he doesn't look too keen, and they're bunching, and they're almost grinding to a halt there. I mean, it's the weirdest race, but this is championship racing. You have to get used to it. You'd better deal with it, or you'll just be swallowed up and drop back, because it is stressful, not just physically, but psychologically as well. You've got to keep determined and stick to your game plan. Andy Butchart's still there third from the back in this pack of what? About 12 strong, 12 or 13 strong, as Kai Robinson and Malaki for Australia and the Isle of Man respectively hold the lead now as they come through with, 8 laps to run. And they've gone through 6K in 17:04. We haven't got a 7K split just yet. They are going to reach that next time they come through. In fact, no, it'll be at the top end of the back straight over there. "14 in this pack." It's still the vast majority of the 15-man field. Kibet moving down the outside, staying out of trouble. The rain teeming down. This is testing, this is tough. 7K, 19:50 there. A 2:45 that kilometre. That's the fastest kilometre in the race.
Isn't it interesting, that fastest kilometre? It hasn't really come thanks to a single athlete. It's a kind of pack frustration here that a few of them are just making moves. I'm not surprised to see Oscar Chelimo leading at this stage. You know, bronze medal back in 2022 at the World Championships, over 5,000. And then I think it's been a kind of soft launch into a road career for Oscar Chelimo. He's been dabbling on the roads. So for him to come back to the track, he needs it to be a steady pace. He can't leave it to the kickers. And Kai Robinson, I think, has put himself high up in the pack to stay out of trouble, but I'm not sure the Australian really wants to lead. He went for it in Oslo in the Diamond League in the 5,000. He was rewarded with an oceanic record, but he was swallowed up. He was back in 8th, and he was frankly, disappointed with his tactics that day. So I don't think we'll see him make try and make a race-winning move this early.
I don't think anybody there really wants to lead, or else they'd have taken the bull by the horns a few laps back and pushed on. Get a gap in a field in these sort of conditions, and it's there'll be a reluctance to close the gap. But it is hard to get a gap on a field of this caliber with several men here who have broken 27 minutes. Ebenyo, still my man, my favourite, I should say. The Kenyan on the outside in 4th place in that red vest. Kai Robinson from Malarkey, who's handling himself well here, Malarkey, on the shoulder of the leader, able to cover any surges if any do come in. But Kai Robinson of Australia, what is a 26:57 performer, World Indoor bronze medal last year in Nanjing over 3,000. He has got that brilliant speed you mentioned, Hannah. He was actually 4th too in the World Championships last summer in Tokyo at 5,000 metres. So he's got all the speed you could possibly want. Although he was only 11th in Monaco in 13:26 about 3 weeks back. But his coach, Dathan Ritzenhein, was a 12:56 5,000 metre runner in the USA. And Brisbane-born Kai Robinson has got plenty of strength, plenty of speed, and I wonder if that one Aussie gold in the women's 10,000 last night is inspiring him.
I think it would inspire anyone, that gold from Rose Davis, a sort of real lesson in never giving up. You know, she was some 50 metres away from Wanza, the leader, the Kenyan woman that pushed on in the penultimate K and then still came back, held her head for a win. Kai Robinson in the lead at the moment. It'll be interesting to see the next kilometre split. You know, we had a 2:45. That was the fastest we'd seen up until that point, and we're going to hit 8 kilometres at the moment. Ebenyo is having a busy couple of laps here. He's looking right, he's looking left. He looks indecisive here for me. And the pace is pretty much the same, 2:46 for the 8th kilometre.
Yeah, it's fluctuating enormously. The previous kilometre is 2:45, that at 2:46, but that lap was a 64. They're down towards 13:20 tempo, and that was the quickest lap of the race. And Ebenyo, reluctantly, they're just looking across as if saying to Kai Robinson, come on, would you please take it on? We've got just over a mile to go, 4.5 laps to run now. Ratsim doesn't look like he's up for it either. They are all absolutely drenched through. They look like they've just come out of a shower, and for all intents and purposes, they're running in one massive shower here in Scotstoun. Still Gulveer Singh on the inside there, back in about 7th or 8th place. There's quite a bit of pushing and shoving here as Kai Robinson out in front isn't really accelerating here. I think this will be quite a slow lap, and it's caused a bit of hustle and bustle back in the pack. Andy Butchart, one of a pair, becoming detached from this big pack, I'm afraid. Butchart back there with is it Oscar Chelimo of Uganda, left to picture, top left to picture. Kai Robinson, though, comes through now with 4 laps to go, about 23:43 there. It'll be interesting to see what they cover this last mile in.
I almost thought Dan Kibet there in the outside, the first of the Ugandans at the moment. I thought he might be the next athlete to try and have a go. And everybody just seems to want to get on the shoulder of Kai Robinson, but not quite lead it. And the Australian's not having to work all that hard to keep himself in the lead. That's the first move we've really seen from Kurgat, Edwin Kurgat, who stopped to replace his shoe. He's just trying to make some impact on the outside. You can see all three Kenyan vests very much involved.
Well, Kurgat is one of the men who has broken 27 minutes, 7th in the Olympic Games, 5,000 metres, and 7th last year at the World Championships, over 10,000 metres. So he has speed and strength aplenty, does Kurgat, man born in Eldoret, the town of runners. It's where so many, dozens of great Kenyan athletes, generations of them have come from. He was educated at St. Patrick's High School too, which is famously where so many of them, Rudisha amongst them, the great middle and long distance runners from Kenya, have come from.
And a huge move into 1,200 metres from Scott Beattie. Very quiet race up until this point for the Englishman, just settled at the back of this pack. And it was starting to, it still is, it's starting to get frantic in this top 8. Everybody, the fatigue sets in and the decision-making gets compromised. And I think Scott Beattie spotted the danger maybe, that it was getting chaotic, and he slotted himself in behind Kai Robinson. The Australian seems to be checking the big board every time, the big screen, every time he gets a chance, just trying to figure out what's going on behind him. And he won't want to get lured into kicking too soon. He wants to kind of turn on those blinkers and listen to his own body and understand what he's got left in the tank and not get suckered into anyone else's efforts.
Kai Robinson leading then. 2 laps to go as they come through this time. Kurgat of Kenya in second. Scott Beattie, what a race he's had, the Englishman, so far. 3rd place with 2 laps to run in this Commonwealth 10,000. Gulveer Singh has been there or thereabouts throughout the race. The Indian has run superbly. He moves up into 3rd. Abenyo is up there as well. He's in 5th at the moment. There is a pack of 6 beginning to get away. Malarkey, Dave Malarkey of the Isle of Man is in there as well. He's in 5th place just behind Abenyo there, left of picture, as Kai Robinson holds that lead. He's got a lap and a half to run. And in 2nd place, Edwin Kurgat, the 30-year-old Kenyan, who has had an education in the USA, NCAA cross-country champion back in 2019. He's got great speed as well, the Eldoret-born man, coached by Steve Haas, one of the US agent coaches who is on the circuit constantly in the summer months. But Scott Beattie on the inside, running the shortest line. This is going to be a burn-up now. Malarkey is gone. He's pulled back out of this pack. No, he's still there, excuse me. It was another Isle of Man runner that they just lapped. I was getting confused there. But it's Robinson from Kurgat, from Singh. Scott Beattie, as they come to the bell now. 26.52, there or thereabouts at the bell. As Kai Robinson, can he take this one and surprise us all? It's still brilliant running from Edwin Kurgat in 2nd place. But there has been an acceleration because it's single file now. Gulveer Singh into 3rd, Malarkey 4th, Beattie 5th. And Abenyo, with that half marathon in his legs from Chicago, just lacking speed, right of picture, is back in 6th place as Scott Beattie begins to lose ground now. It's down to 4. Malarkey of the Isle of Man in 4th place. Gulveer Singh for India in 3rd, challenging for the lead as Kai Robinson changes gear again. It's a deceptive style he's got, the Australian, and it eases away and kicks away, and Gulveer Singh in 2nd place, but it could be 10,000 metre double for Australia, because look at this, Kai Robinson has daylight, he storms away to a magnificent gold here for the Aussies. Gulveer Singh, a super silver for India, and Dave Malarkey for the Isle of Man takes a historic bronze. Unbelievable stuff. And the East Africans, the Kenyans, run out of it. The best of them, Edwin Kurgat, in 4th place. 27.48 the winning time for Kai Robinson. That was quite magnificent. He outfoxed them all. Hannery led so much of the race. He did far more than his fair share of the leading. And I bet they all thought he's there for the taking. But he had the pace. He fooled them with those constant accelerations round the last lap or lap and a half, and kicked away with a totally different gear in the last 150.
It was such a calm race from Kai Robinson. Rhodes Davis was calm yesterday. She made fantastic decisions on her way to the women's 10,000 metre title. And Kai Robinson, very similar today. I think he put himself in the lead when he realised there was going to be a risk of tripping. We'd seen a fall, we'd seen a lost shoe. And he just kind of said, all right, enough's enough. I'm going to lead, but I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to run my effort absolutely perfectly. A 2:28 closing kilometre for the Australian. And I think Craig Mottram never won the Commonwealth Games. Did he win I think he was silver in the 5,000 metres. And Kai Robinson goes in the 5,000. He's got an opportunity at double gold or double podium here for Australia. Gulvar Singh, a brilliant silver for India. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the first Indian medal over 10,000 metres at the Commonwealth Games. And David Malarkey from the Isle of Man, a nation that's picked up medals in the shooting and in the cycling. I mentioned Mark Cavendish, such a big part of the Isle of Man sport, but now David Malarkey can add himself to the medal tally.
Well, the Ugandan dominance of this title comes to an end. They've won the last 5 titles, excuse me. Jacob Kiplimo 4 years ago, Joshua Cheptegei, 2 historic names there, have won the last 2 editions. But today, gold belongs to Australia. Rose Davies taking gold last night in the women's 10,000. And remarkably, Kai Robinson makes it a brace of gold for the Aussies over 25 laps. And it really does underline the astonishing dominance, not dominance, strength in depth, I should say, of Australian middle and long distance running. Their climate suits it, they're well organised. Quite a few of their runners based in the USA these days in big professional training groups, but that matters not. They can be truly proud of the background that the nation gives them. In Australia, they have little athletics for youngsters. It introduces so many kids into the sport of track and field. Many, many of their stars have come through that system. And today, it is a day for celebration for the non-East Africans, which is a rarity, I have to say. Gold for Australia, silver for India, Gulvar Singh. That is a truly magnificent run for the Indian distance man, and Dave Malarkey, the first ever medal for the Isle of Man. Boy, oh boy. Great running from Kurgad in 4th place, just run out there, didn't have the legs. And Scott Beattie taking 5th place for England. Just coming down and crossing the line there in 16th place, or 15th place, Ivan Moisey of the Seychelles. Andy Butchart ended up in 13th place eventually, gave a good account of himself in the first 3 quarters of the race, 28.16 his time. Those times, by the way, 27.48, remarkable in these conditions.
Went off a steady few first kilometres. They really got going in the second half. That's what you expect in a championship 10,000 at I think that 2:28 final kilometre. And look at the form here from Kai Robinson as well. There was more if he needed it. He almost looked round there at 50 metres, couldn't believe it. There was no one else near him. Time to celebrate. And I don't know, I was already looking at Kai Robinson as a favourite for the 5,000, and he's only cemented for me that kind of feeling that he could be on for something special here this week in Glasgow.
13.33 his second 5,000. Wow, that is quite some differential. 14.15 the first 5, 13.33 the second 5,000 metres, and he looks easy. He looks pretty fresh, doesn't he? Boy, oh boy. And Steve Moneghetti, we saw earlier on presenting the medals for one of the ceremonies earlier on. He would have been in the stadium, I'm sure, watching that one and loving every single lap, especially that sprint from Kai Robinson.
And just a word on Dave Malarkey. I mean, that's easily his best race of his whole life, his whole career, by a country mile. It's a guy that really bet on himself, took himself out to America and invested in himself. He didn't have a kit sponsor, didn't have one of those professional groups we've talked about, but took a risk and went out and based himself in the States. And it's really paid off in the last year with massive improvements in his times. And I think it's just a really lovely story for anyone that wants to persevere in the sport and kind of see how far they can get. And so far for David Malarkey, it's been a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Well, Australia had previously taken medals at this event. Ron Clark has silver in Edinburgh 1970, and the aforementioned Steve Moneghetti a bronze in 1998 in Kuala Lumpur. Well, Australia have gone one better than two better than Mona's bronze here tonight.
We're in round 3 of the women's hammer, and the real problems for Nakoya Clunas, the Jamaican national record holder. Oh, what a shame, outside the sector. So it is 3 fouls for the Jamaican. Now she doesn't make the cut into the next 3 rounds. Just not able to get to grips with the circle here and the conditions. Real frustration for Clunas. There we go, see confirmation. 3 fouls for the Jamaican. A shrug I wonder if she'll stay and watch the rest of the action.
Well, here you can see that fall early in the race in that men's 10,000 metres final. I say early in the race, it was after a few laps, but it was one of the Ugandans who went down, and I don't know if it was he who lost his shoe. Was it Cherop who lost his shoe? This, though, was the other end of the race. Kai Robinson sprinting as though the devil is after him and taking the gold, glancing around down the home straight, able to take it all in. Look at that, almost make his own videotape in his mind. Gulveer Singh celebrating that incredible silver for India. And what a great bronze for Malarkey of the Isle of Man. Somehow he looked like a marathon runner who'd gone off course and ended up in a 10,000 metre race wearing that cap, didn't he? But boy, what a turn of speed. That was anything but marathon-like. And just looking at the greats of 10,000 metre running, Australia, well, they haven't won this title before. The Ugandans, as I said, the previous 5 titles.
Charlotte Payne was briefly in a medal position here in the women's hammer. She's down in 4th place at the moment, comfortably making the cut-off for the final 3 rounds. So, yeah, have a look at these snazzy little remote control cars. It's actually the same manufacturers anywhere on the circuit that you go, but they brand them up for each event. And Charlotte Payne still on a best of 67.23. About just under 40 centimetres off the bronze medal throw of Lauren Bruce at the moment. That's 67.63, but it was a foul for Charlotte Payne in round 4. And still frantically drying off the high jump area. We have been told that the women's high jump was due to restart at 9 o'clock local time here. It's about 3 minutes past 9. The high jumpers are bounding around, frantically trying to warm themselves up. There is less rain, perhaps slightly less rain coming down here in Glasgow. And they're determined to wipe it off the infield faster than it falls. That is the mission of the volunteers here in Scotstoun Stadium. New Zealand's Lauren Bruce, 67.41 in the first round, 67.63 in the second, and 67.51 in the third. 3 67-metre throws. The consistency's there. She can find another 42 centimetres and would move her from the bronze medal position to the silver. That's with Lara Roberts of Australia, 68.05. Oh, that is an improvement for Lauren Bruce. The silver and bronze medal marks very close to each other, and I think Lauren Bruce might just have surpassed Lara Roberts here. So you're just getting up towards the 70-metre mark. Bruce, she's been a smile on her face for much of this competition. And she'll have a bigger one now. She moves up into silver, a bit of a fist bump, 68.63. That's nearly 60 centimetres ahead of Lara Roberts now, who immediately gets a chance to respond. I wonder if Roberts was distracted by Kai Robinson in that 10,000 metres. A medal for Lara Roberts in this competition would be absolutely phenomenal. She went out in qualification at the World Championships and at the World Student Games last year. She took the pressure off herself. The great first round throw of 65. Extended that to 68, but here she goes in round 4. That's not going to better her 68.05. But she has found this sweet spot here, Lara Roberts. Plenty of positive reinforcement from 4 efforts, and hopefully something to build on into the last 2 rounds. been measured at 67 metres, 22 for Lara Roberts. And again, look at that consistency there. Despite the wet conditions, Lara Roberts and Lauren Bruce, in silver and bronze, have found consistency, as has Cameron Rogers. All 3 throws so far, well in excess of 70 metres. The best, 64.38, tantalisingly close to her own games record. Yeah, just into the netting there. I think Rogers was just drifting across towards the right-hand side of the circle as we were looking at it. Let's see here. For me, perhaps she started quite low and there was almost a jump where she stood up a little bit, and that would affect her momentum and then affect her positioning there in the circle. It all went skew-if, and it was a foul.
Here we see Samuel Joes from England. Focused, poised, coral spring. He had a best of 6:04. It's a valid attempt.
Good competition for him, but I think he's going to end up in 4th place. We've got the top 3.
I don't think he's... I'm not sure if he's going to better his 6:04. No, 5. Looks close to the 6 metre mark.
This is the final jump for Eljo
Gotru from Malaysia.
The bronze medal at 6:51, but he's only 15 centimetres behind silver.
Best jump came in round 2, 6:51. Got to look pleased with that. Another 6:51. Novacic currently sitting in silver medal position. He's going to need greater than 7:17 jumped by Romley in 3rd round to try and take that gold medal.
Here we go.
It's a valid attempt.
It's going to be mighty close on the board there. I can't wait to see that slow-mo.
I don't think it's going to be enough to take the lead. 6:57, silver for Vucic from Canada, another silver behind Romley. So last on the runway, Abdul Latif Romley, the 5 times world champion, 2 times Paralympic champion, now to be crowned the Commonwealth champion. 7:17, his best jump in round 3.
Here we go.
Personal best of 7:85.
He's won the competition. He can jump free. Up, up.
The crowd are behind him. looked like his hand dropped in the sand. He was way behind the board when he took off. But it's a gold medal for Abdul Latif Romli from Malaysia. Another global title to add to his collection. He looks pleased with his afternoon's work, a wet afternoon's work in that sand.
And it's hard coming into an event like this as the favourite, the curveball of wet, rainy conditions, and for Romli to get the job done. And Malaysia picking up a gold medal here at the athletics. I'm not sure I've seen too many gold medals for Malaysia in athletics. We're already such a global sport, and I love the fact that adding in the para element of athletics is further adding to that global reach of athletics. A well-deserved gold for Romli. He just held his composure really well in tricky conditions.
He did, and you've got to remember this classification for an intellectual impairment as well. They had a slight delay going into it. We've got the torrential rain during the competition where they've had to adjust and adapt. For these athletes, that would have been even more difficult. We've been speaking about how difficult it is, but for these athletes, some of these athletes, it would have been even more difficult to adapt to those conditions. So a fantastic performance from Romli.
I think that's a really, really good point, Danny. Not only are they coming to perform on a really big stage, which is going to be different and going to feel more stressful for all the athletes, particularly so perhaps in the T20 category, but you're right, they've dealt with a whole load of curveballs here, these 8 men that started this men's long jump, and been very impressed. There were quite a few fouls, weren't there, in the opening round, but they seemed to settle into the competition and just master the arena and the conditions.
Yeah, that opening round, we saw lots and lots of that. And unfortunately, Stephen Stone of Scotland, the home athlete, he had 3 no fouls and then pulled out in the 4th round. We don't know what went so wrong for him, but it was his Scotland debut, and it's a real shame for the home crowd that he pulled out. And there are your results. Gold medal for Malaysia. Abdul Latif Romli, 7:17. The Canadian athlete, Noah Viscus, and a Malaysian 1 and 3 finished off with Eljo Gucu.
Well, there you go, Malaysia on the medal table twice as well. That's brilliant jumping from them. And Vucic, that's the 2nd silver in the para events. They picked up 1 in the men's T20 1500 as well, so they're going well.
There it is, Kai Robinson confirmed as champion in the 10,000 metres for Australia. India's Gulveer Singh taking 2nd place, and Malaki of the Isle of Man taking the bronze. The best of the East Africans, the Kenyans, the Ugandans couldn't match Kai Robinson today. And from one super long race, the longest of the games, to the shortest, the men's 100-metre final. The 2 blue ribbon events to come, the women's 100 as well after this. There is the lineup, and what a lineup it is. Ajayi and Aseme in the middle lanes. They start as favourites here. They have to, really. They are both super fast. Ajayi, the 3rd fastest in the world this year, with 9.84. Aseme has been in incredible form too. Well, let's take a look at these men. The Ghanaian, Benjamin Azamati. He was a football player as a kid. His PE teacher told him to take up running, and how that's worked. He won his heat yesterday. Season best of 10 seconds, said was 4th 4 years ago. Can he go at least one place better here to get a medal? The powerfully built Australian Edward Nketiah. Boy, he's the biggest fella out there. There's a few rugby clubs who would like his presence on their books. There's no doubt about that. He goes in 2, the Aussie. Lachlan Kennedy's teammate right beside him. Now, he did play rugby. Actually, rugby union as a unit junior for Australia, the man from Brisbane. Personal best in his semi-final, 9.94. Don't discount Lachlan Kennedy. He's a quick starter. Kayonzola Ajayi goes in lane 4, the 21-year-old Nigerian, 6th in the World Championship last year. He won the Diamond League in London last week in 9.84. He's in wonderful form. He won his semi-final to in 9.94 here tonight, just a couple of hours ago. The Cameroonian Emmanuel Aseme goes in lane 5. He won his semi-final in 9.89. A new national record in that red strip. 5th in the world indoors in 2026. He makes the most of every metre of the 100, and his form recently has been fantastic. Gift-Leot Layla of South Africa. Well, the South Africans with a brace of performers in this one. Makes you wonder if they can get amongst the medals. He goes in lane 6, Gift-Leot Layla. Can he get a gift here for South Africa? Jeremiah Azu of Wales, a big roar for him with plenty of Welsh supporters in the crowd. He was 5th 4 years ago, European indoor champion last year. A couple of weeks later, he took the world indoor title, and he won his heat in 10:10. He's in great form, Azu. Cheswell Johnson of South Africa, he won his heat in 10:21. His lifetime best 10:02. He was a world-class long jumper, with a switch to focus upon sprinting has certainly worked a treat, hasn't it? Because he finds himself here in this Commonwealth Games final. We are guaranteed a new champion. Ferdy Omanyala dipped out at the semi-final stage, just didn't have the legs on this occasion, the powerfully built Kenyan. 5 Africans, though, go in this final. Eseme, does he start here as favourite? Won the African Championships. He already has a gold from earlier on this summer. That was in Accra, in Ghana, in May. 9.89 in his semi-final. Ajayi in lane 4, 9.94 in his semi-final. Don't forget Lachlan Kennedy in his semi-final, 9.94. He's broached new ground here tonight. The Commonwealth Games 100 metres final. Azamati of Ghana in 1, Edward Nketiah of Australia 2, Lachlan Kennedy of Australia in 3, Ajayi Nigeria 4, Eseme Cameroon 5, Leot Layla South Africa 6, the Welshman Azu 7, South Africa's Johnson in lane 8 to left of picture. Well, away they go, really good start there from Ajayi in the green of Nigeria. And look at Lachlan Kennedy. Kennedy is matching him stride for stride here, might even take this one, and he is going to take it, or does he? No! Coming through the Eseme for Cameroon. Wow! Talk about holding up form through the last 10 metres. I would have sworn Lachlan Kennedy was going to take that one. 5 metres out, he was in the lead. He'd chased down Ajayi, he'd worn him into fatigue there through the last 50. Lachlan Kennedy did everything necessary, but the champion is Emmanuel Eseme from Cameroon. Winner of his semi-final in 9.89, 9.83. It's a new games record. Boy, oh boy. And he had to run that fast to get the better of Kennedy. There's no doubt about that, because the winning time, 9.83, was only 200s quicker than Kennedy's massive new Australasian record. Not just an Aussie record, an Australasian record for Kennedy. A superb silver, and that's without Gout even being here. And Ajayi, well, he took the bronze in 9.90. 9.91 for Leot Layla, not even good enough to get on the rostrum.
Well, Danny Craig's looked at the stat earlier on. We haven't had a win at the Commonwealth Games in sub 10 seconds since Kim Collins in 2002, but now Emmanuel Eseme shatters Ato Boldon's Games record set back in 1998, lowers that by 0.05 of a second. The writing was probably on the wall, wasn't it, in those semi-finals? And Eseme, he didn't get the best start. We'll have a look at the replay. I think his reaction time was all right, but then he was just left in the first 10 or 20 metres. Lachlan Kennedy exploded out of the blocks. It was 9.94 for him in the semi-final, and he's found nearly another 10th. He's been chasing that Australian record for so long. And finally, it's his, alongside a Commonwealth Games silver. You know, I wonder, he's been on the circuit, he's been running the Diamond League races, and he's probably walked away from those thinking, you know, I'd love to run an Aussie record on that sort of stage in those wonderful stadiums with great competition. But I think it's a little sweeter when it comes here at a Commonwealth Games and it's accompanied with a medal. Let's wait on this replay, but for me, Kayonsola Ajayi, he's a little bit tight in the first 50 metres, and in so many of his races this season, the Nigerian, it's just kind of happened in the last 50 metres. He's just put his foot down, increased the cadence and pulled away from everyone. And today, the Nigerian was under intense pressure and he couldn't come up with the goods.
What I loved about this one, Hannah, was the way that Eseme stuck at it. A lot of people would have tightened up there with it. Seemed like Ajayi and Kennedy in the yellow there ahead of him and beating him. But over the last 10 metres, he must have taken 1.5 metres out of them. It was astonishing, his form through the last 10 metres. Talk about mind over matter. Wins there from Lachlan Kennedy, 9.83 to 9.85. It looked like more daylight in that frozen shot, but it's a games record for him. Kennedy's consolation for that silver, so close to the win, was that area record. And what a massive new Aussie record, of course.
For a moment, you thought Kennedy had it there, didn't you? I think for a moment, Kennedy thought he had it. It's never over till you cross the line. But Emmanuel Asame just comes through in the last stages of the race. But we have waited so long to get a sub-10 Commonwealth final, and we get 4 under sub-10 in these conditions. Men's sprinting in the Commonwealth is so strong at the minute.
Well, Lachlan Kennedy's silver, the first ever Australian medal in the men's 100 metres. Azu was 5th. He ties the best ever Welsh finish in this event. He was also 5th back in 2022 himself, and well, just astonishing stuff. There it is. Emmanuel Asame, 9.83, a games record in the 100. Boy, oh boy, who'd have thought in these conditions? 1.3 the win. Kennedy, the silver there for Australia, 9.85 an area record. Ajayi, 9.90, not much outside his lifetime best. Remember, 9.94 in his semi.
Still ongoing in the women's hammer. It's into round 5 now. Lauren Bruce overtook Lara Roberts with a 68.63 in the 4th round. I mentioned a few athletes on 72 as their season's best that could be in contention for a medal. And Bruce was one of them. Lara Roberts kind of outperforming her ranking with the bronze medal position at the moment. There goes Lauren Bruce. And it's hard to tell, like I said, because the hammer kind of skips away, but there it is. Looks like she could have added a few more centimetres to her 68.63. Still see how heavy the rain here is in Glasgow. It's been relentless through this evening session here on day 2. Looked at the forecast coming into this week. It didn't look like we were going to get a day like this, a day of solid rain or a session of solid rain, but it's happened. 68.93 for Lauren Bruce. She has added 30 centimetres. And the women's high jump has restarted. And Morgan Lake in a bit of trouble here, the English athletes. Tricky for these women. They went away and warmed up. They were taken off the field of play, brought back in. And Morgan Lake, good year last year, going over 2 metres for the first time. She's had a mid-season injury though, a bit of a knee issue. Oh, that's such a shame for Morgan Lake. 3 failures at 182. She gambled slightly not coming into 182. At the moment, it's only 5 women clear at 182. Unfortunately, not to be for Morgan Lake. Elena Patterson sort of first there to offer her condolences. So bring you up to date with the rest of that high jump. Elena Patterson has come in. She waited a little while, and Nicola Oleslager has waited for a few attempts as well. So it's busy in that women's high jump. There are still a good few of them down there jumping.
So Charlotte Payne then, well, 65.75 in her last throw, 67.28 remains her best from the second round. That was followed by a couple of no throws. That's more than forgivable in these conditions. The rain has eased off a little bit. It's still raining here in Scottstoun. I think she likes that one. Looks like she's hit it pretty well. Ooh, it's not bad, you know. It's about 64 metres. It's been a good series. No wonder she's smiling. She really has given a great account of herself. Now, shame she couldn't finish off there with a flourish, but it was nonetheless a really good series. Cameron Rogers, of course, way out in front with that second round, 74.38. Charlotte Payne confirms her 4th place there with that unable to catch the 68.05 from Lara Roberts here of Australia, who is confirmed as at least the bronze medalist. That came in the second round, and Payne falling, what, just 67.34, her best effort in round 6, only about 3/4 of a metre shy.
What a day for Lara Roberts, massively outperforming her ranking. Only 69 metres this season. I mentioned she went out in qualification at the World University Games last year and in Tokyo. She seems to have found her confidence here on the global stage, just drifting off slightly towards the side of the circle. But perhaps the emotion of knowing she is a Commonwealth Games medalist, there you can see it, just overwhelming Lara Roberts. She wasn't able to keep her composure for that 6th and final throw. But hey, I think the moment she saw that Charlotte Payne only hit 67.34 with her round 6 though, and she knew she was a medalist.
Mind you, Charlotte Payne, her consolation, Hannah, was it's the best ever result in the women's hammer. Her 4th place 67.34 to not get a medal. Now I know that's a consolation, but it's not bad, is it? In every previous games, she would have been a medalist with 67.34, and that underlines the caliber of the throwing here tonight. And she is, well, unable to hold it together, Lara Roberts. A medalist in the Commonwealth, and if it was all the more unexpected, that explains the reaction. That's just a lovely tears of utter joy. These athletes work so hard, so often, relatively anonymously, don't they, in the backwaters of some sports facilities, especially the hammer throwers. Quite often they're stuck out in the field, out the back, so to speak.
Just said hi, Mum and Dad. And I think when you're part of a team as well, like Australia, that are so dominant, you know, they've got medals flying around the team hotel from all the different sports, and including athletics. And you know, even in such a competitive team, you might be kind of led to feel like you don't truly belong, or you're not really at the level to be competing here. And Lara Roberts, she has really surprised herself there with 68 metres and 5 centimetres, and she will add to Australia's dominant medal tally here at the athletics and out over the other 10 sports.
You know what's a nice little statistic? Lauren Bruce here in 2nd place. She's guaranteed the silver medal. She's only thrown 68.93 tonight. That came in round 5, so she is getting better in the last stages of the competition. But her personal best, albeit a few years ago, 74.61, is well, about 23 centimetres further than Cameron Rogers' leading mark at the moment, 74.38. So she can find a lifetime best here. Inspiration needed for this left-handed thrower from New Zealand. She could improve her medal colour. Don't know if she's hit that one right, or has she? Looks nice and relaxed. Cameron Rogers, 74.38. I don't think has been caught. No, you can see there it's just below 70 metres, but it will be an improvement for Lauren Bruce. She'll have gone out to 69 something, I'm sure, and that is a fantastic reaction to the situation. 69.82 for Lauren Bruce. It's not a season's best. She's thrown 72 metres this year, but in these conditions, Hannah, she has to really control things. You're slightly limited by the conditions. That is big.
And you know what makes that silver medal for Lauren Bruce all the sweeter? She hit a no mark in Birmingham 4 years ago. She came here to throw the hammer and didn't get a valid mark on the scorecard. And what a difference 4 years makes. Not much of a difference for Cameron Rogers. It's going to be back-to-back Commonwealth Games gold medals for Rogers. Makes her the reigning world, Olympic and Commonwealth champion, like her teammate Ethan Katzberg. Absolute domination from Rogers. Best of 74.38 so far. And I think the only thing left to make today perfect for Rogers might just be a Games record. And look at that. Couldn't be closer here. And has she found another 30 centimetres to challenge her own Games record of 74.68? I think she'll care. I think that would be the icing on the cake. But she relieved to take the win, especially in challenging conditions. You never know what can happen when it's this wet and this rainy. 74.91. She does better her own meeting record, her own Games record. Perfection from Cameron Rogers. There's no hammer at the World Ultimate Championships on the women's side. There is on the men's. But for these women here at the Commonwealth Games, this is the pinnacle of their 2026. And Cameron Rogers has dominated, as you would expect.
Well, the Aussies had a brace of golds over 10,000 metres. The Canadians do the same. in the hammer competitions after gold in the men's contest last night. 74.91, the mark of a true champion. Her 5 valid throws, each and every one of them would have been good enough to win the gold pretty comfortably. That is dominance personified. It was expected, and we do love surprises in sport. We also love to see scenes like this where a great champion adds yet another gold to her collection. And this is lovely too, the smiles from the Australasians. Silver for New Zealand, bronze for Australia. Both of them throwing out tremendously well here tonight. Lauren Bruce of New Zealand, 69.82, serving her best till last. Laura Roberts of Australia with that surprise package silver, getting her best, 68.05 in the second round. And the maple leaf proudly worn out there on the infield.
Confirmed result for the women's hammer throw. Cameron Rogers, 74.91, a new games record. Lauren Bruce, 69.82, and Lara Roberts, 68.05. The silver for New Zealand and the bronze for Australia.
Well, just one race left here tonight is the women's 100 metres final. That comes, though, after this medal ceremony, the men's 10,000 metres medal ceremony. And what a race we were treated to here tonight. Bit of a surprise too, I suppose you could say, in that the medals went to Australia, India and Isle of Man. Wonder what odds you'd have got on predicting that trio here in 2026 in Scotstoun. But they were fairly fought medals. It was a race that tested concentration, the ability to handle far from ideal conditions. Indeed, they were more like cross-country running conditions, but this is a quick track, we know that, and after a 14:15 first half, the second 5,000 metres at 13:33 was super quick here tonight. Steve Ninbell, president of Guyana Federation, making the presentations here. And Yvonne Murray, well, an old teammate of mine. What a great champion she was. A Commonwealth champion, a European indoor champion, an Olympic medalist, Yvonne Murray. An absolute superstar back in the day. Well, Dave Malarkey, look at that smile. That is the best feeling in the world, having that medal put around your neck. It's the reward, it's the tangible recognition of so much hard work, thousands of miles of training, hundreds of hours of hard work, not to mention just the overall sort of monastic lifestyle that distance runners have to lead. Not for them any celebratory clubbing or posing with massive muscles. It's all about getting loads of sleep in, getting your diet right, getting the training balance right between speed and endurance. And this truly is a legendary silver for Gulveer Singh of India. 27.49. He was only half a second ahead of Malarkey, but that's all that was needed. He was less than a second down on the winner. And for Gulveer Singh, and for Indian distance running, I think that is a truly inspirational run. The road running events in India, in Mumbai and Delhi and Kolkata and Bangalore, already huge. Thousands of races in India. But a new generation of distance runners will be inspired by that. As for the Aussies, well, they've been there and done it before in almost every respect, except for the top of the roster in the men's 10,000 metres, because Kai Robinson takes Australia's first ever gold at the Commonwealth Games over 10,000 metres. I mentioned Steve Moneghetti earlier. Well, he took a bronze just a few years back, but he never got to the top of the roster. Robinson won that one at a canter, it seemed, tonight. Well, Brisbane-born Kai Robinson, rather, a very worthy champion. He's run 26.57 this year for 10,000 metres. He is second fastest in the world, of all things. But his speed there was nothing to do with the time trialling or quick running. It was all about racing now and getting it right on the night. Based in Colorado, lives at altitude in the town of Boulder. Born in Brisbane in Queensland, but his coach, Dathan Ritzenheim, has done a fabulous job for him to get him up to that level.
Takes us round to the final event here, day 2 of the athletics and para athletics at Scotstoun Stadium in Glasgow. The women's 100 metres. It was an inspired win for Emmanuel Aseme of Cameroon, and a games record, a national record of 9.83. And we've got a high quality women's 100 metres coming up. Games record here in this event, 10.85 from Blessing Ogabare back in 2014 in Glasgow. Not here in Scotstoun, over at the Emirates Stadium. First athlete out, Jodine Williams. She's made the semi-final of the last 2 World Championships in outdoors in Tokyo and indoors in Turin. Sade McCreath of Canada is the new national record holder, 10.86. She's a very good starter. She's used that through the rounds to make this final. And Tori Lewis won her heats yesterday morning looking good, and then just lowered her own Australian national record to 11 seconds. Amy Hunt took silver over 200 metres in Tokyo last summer at the World Championships. Looked good, winning her semi-final, the 3rd semi-final, in 11.02. Second Englishwoman, Amani Lansico, will go in lane 5. She made the semi-final in Birmingham 4 years ago, has gone one better already in making the final round. She won both of her rounds over this championships as well. Audrey Leduc, the former national record holder for Canada, second in her semi-final behind Amy Hunt. Zoe Hobbs, the Oceanic record holder, a great starter as well, so good over 60 metres. She's gone 11 dead this season. She jogs over to lane 7. The final athlete due out is a DNS from Jonelle Smith of Jamaica. 10.89 athlete was meant to take lane 8. Jamaica have this title at the moment. Elaine Thompson-Hiller won it in Birmingham from Julian Alfred, from Daryl Neater. England haven't won this title since 1978. Australia haven't won it since 1974.
On your mark.
Tori Lewis looked very, very good in qualification, as did Amy Hunt in winning her semi-final. All to play for here in the women's 100-metre final. Jodine Williams in 1, Sade McCreath in 2, Tori Lewis in 3, Amy Hunt in 4, Imani Lansico in 5, Audrey Leduc in lane 6, and Zoe Hobbs in lane 7.
Set.
And they're away safely, clean start. Imani Lansico going well out of the blocks, as is Zoe Hobbs, as expected. Into the second half of the race now, barely anything to choose between the athletes. It's so close on the line. I think it was Zoe Hobbs. 10.92 with the following wind. Hobbs, a perfect starter. She's always good out of the blocks. But that was some run. She smashed her own lifetime best. 10.92 is the Oceanic record. It was unofficially up on the screen as 10.92, been taken up to 10.93. So it is an area record and a win for Zoe Hobbs. She's been quiet this season. She's often very busy on the circuit, Zoe Hobbs. There seems to have been a deliberate lull in her racing in preparation for Glasgow, and it paid off. And Amy Hunt celebrating a silver medal, officially 10.98, and Tori Lewis, she was briefly given a 10.99 when she won her semi-final. She's been given that again. It could be a 3rd national record in about 3 weeks for Tori Lewis, and a bronze medal. That was so tight all the way to the last 60. Zoe Hobbs looked good on the near side, but it's not till that camera angle pans out that you can really trust yourself to put into context what's going on out in those outer lanes with the inner lanes. But Zoe Hobbs, I wonder if there was a bit of an advantage to being isolated there. She could just focus on her own race.
Well, I think you're probably right, Anna, because you normally expect the winner to come from the middle lanes. The best athletes in the semi-finals are given those central lanes. Hobbs in lane 7, that was a surprise. But 10.94 was her national record. It's now 10.93. She takes 1/100th off it. And she's been there so near yet so far. She's been 4th and 6th in World Indoor 60 metres. But ironically, it was her finish that held her together here tonight and gave her the gold, because I thought it was going to be between Hunt and Lewis over in the centre lanes, but Hunt having settled for silver, and the Kiwis have gold in a sprint, a global championship sprint race. When was the last time that happened?
I'm not sure, well, it's, I don't know. I would potentially say not ever. But Zoe Hobbs, she was the first Oceanic woman ever to go underneath 11 seconds. She's really been a trailblazer for sprinting for her continent. And I think it's quite just, really, that she takes the gold today and that Tori Lewis becomes the second ever Oceanic woman to go underneath 11 seconds here in the same race. So lovely sort of paying forward of the inspiration that I'm sure Zoe Hobbs has given Tori Lewis over the last 3, 4, 5 years. And Amy Hunt, another major championship medal.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it, by Zoe Hobbs, upgrading her 5th in 2022. And if my reckoning is right, New Zealand have never won this race, ever. But you see, out in lane 7, that battle between Hunt and Lewis in the middle lanes. But Hobbs, she got away so far. She's so powerful out the blocks. And I actually think she was edging that race the whole way through, but all eyes were on those centre lanes.
I wonder if those two in the middle there, the yellow of Lewis and Hunt in the red and white of England, were even aware of that black vest creeping through on the right-hand side. She came through so strongly in the latter stages. She's founded her own nutritional company. Well, that's just been given a little bit of boost. People are going, hey, what does she have on her cereals in the mornings? Because it's special. And you don't associate New Zealand with great sprinters. You associate them with middle and long distance runners. John Walker, the great legends. They've had some big runners in more recent years, of course. But this lass from Auckland, coached by James Mortimer, what a job he has done with her.
A surprise winner in the women's 100 metres. Zoe Hobbs, always been such a talent, but she upped her level here today in Glasgow. A new Oceanic record, 10.93 for gold. Amy Hunt takes the silver and Tori Lewis the bronze. Just catching up with the women's high jump is Lamara Distin, champion in 2022. And she is safely over here. That was the 3rd attempt at 187, and it's been a really, really complicated evening for these women. They came out, they warmed up, they started jumping, and then the officials took them inside because the rain was simply too heavy and they were getting colder and colder. And they've come back out, they've re-warmed up. We had that disruption in Tokyo where they stopped them all for 20 or 30 minutes. There's another level here in Glasgow. They left the field of play and then came back.
Well, here is Eleanor Patterson, Commonwealth silver medalist 4 years ago. Patterson here came in at 187, popped over that no trouble. This is 190, will be her first attempt. She is the world champion, remember, from 2022. Oh yeah, makes that look relatively simple, doesn't she? Yeah, lovely. Cleared 196 in London in her last competition, 2 metres. She cleared in Budapest a week or two before that to win in Hungary. She knows she's in a rich vein of form, and those 2 first-time clearances will give her plenty of confidence.
So it took 3 attempts for the defending champion to get over 187. She's in the same boat here at 190. It's a win for Beckford, Jamaica, on the men's side in the high jump. Lamara Distin up against it here. Just clipping it off, I think, with her arm on the way up, Lamara Distin. So that will see her exit the competition in 4th place. Adesina up next. I think she is guaranteed the bronze medal here, Adesina, which would be brilliant for the Nigerian. And she's clear here. She had a better scorecard than Distin. That put her in 3rd place, but with that clearance, she gets the opportunity to jump on at 193. Adesina, this year's NCAA champion. 196 to win that American Collegiate title. And this has happened, I think a lot of her jumps I've seen, she's way over it, just coming down on it, getting away with it at the moment. But if the Nigerian could just shift that high point a bit further, kind of across the bar, I think she'd be over even easier. So Nicola Oleslager is the world champion in the pouring rain in Tokyo. She's had a disrupted season this year. Did jump 201 to win the London Diamond League. 3rd and final attempt at 190. And she joins her teammate, Elena Patterson, and the Nigerian Temitope Adesina, as the bar goes up to 193.
Now we're getting up to serious heights, aren't we? Oleslager's all smiles, as always, keeping those tights on probably wisely in these conditions. It's cooling down a little bit here at Scotstoun, but she is a massive character. She's about 6'3", and she makes that look relatively easy, even though she struggled with the 2 previous heights.
And Oleslager is world class, we know that. She's a 204 jumper, personal best there. It's the 2nd best ever in the Commonwealth Games. She's just 2 centimetres off the best, very best mark of Heistra Klota. And she's not been unshakable here this evening. I think 3 attempts at 190 will be exhausting for Oleslagers. Conversely, Patterson with a clean scorecard. The symmetry here for Patterson. She won in Glasgow in 2014 as an 18-year-old. She was one of the youngest medalists ever for Australia in athletics. And it was a bit too much too soon for Patterson. She really struggled in the next few years in the sport. Didn't even qualify for Gold Coast, the home Commonwealth Games. Quit the sport. And here she is back in Glasgow. And at the moment in the gold medal position and another first-time clearance. You mentioned, Tim, the season's best of 2 metres. It's been 4 years without a 2-metre jump for Patterson. And then just in the last few weeks, she's refound that 2-metre form. And this is just brilliant from Patterson. She'll know the danger from Oleslager, as these two have been on so many global podiums together in the last 4 years.
She makes it look easy with that technique of hers, using that lead arm to provide momentum over the bar. Now Oleslager's all smiles, think positively. In the verticals, you've got to be on top of your game. You've got to believe you can do it. There cannot be any doubt in the pole vault or the high jump. If there's any doubts, you're gone. You won't do it. She believes. She is seeing herself go clear. That's why she's smiling. That visualization, absolutely critical. Here she goes. Oh, my word. 1-2 for the Aussies. Continues. Anything you can do, I can do, she says to her teammate. And they can both go considerably higher than this. There's more to come. Now that at last the rain that has absolutely drenched everybody in this side of Glasgow has abated.
Oleslagers and Patterson will go up to 196. Will Temitope Adesina go with them? 3rd and final attempt at 193. Holds the national record for Nigeria at 197. It was a good effort. All of the jumps here from Adesina have been high quality. And it is a bronze medalist for the Nigerian. She looks absolutely delighted. It's her 2nd attempt at competing at the Commonwealth Games. She was just 10th in Birmingham, so 10th up to 3rd. Adesina looks delighted.
And it does mean that Lamara Distin, with that third time clearance at 190, Adesina more or less guaranteed herself the bronze because Distin had 3 failures at that height. So it was a delayed celebration, if you like. She knew she was the bronze medalist from some while back. She had 3 failures at 193, did Adesina. Absolutely brilliant. And now it is down to an Aussie dust-up. So they're guaranteed another gold on this evening.
I think all the Australian athletics fans would have been hoping and probably confidently predicting a showdown between Olyslagers and Patterson. And they do compete against each other so often. There is a kind of a wry smile here. Some of the coaching staff, perhaps this was inevitable. So Nicola Olyslagers' coach on the right there, Matthew Horsnell, and Marco Fascinotti on coaching duties, a partner of Elena Patterson here. She is helped by Fuz Khan though, sets a lot of her programming. But what a battle for silver and gold between these two Australians. I think the upper limit of Olyslagers with that lifetime best at 2:04 is really dangerous. But the consistency that Patterson's finding today, that's her super strength. Patterson did beat Olyslagers in Budapest. And that was about 2 weeks ago. It was the other way around at the London Diamond League. So on head-to-heads, you just can't call it.
But isn't it wonderful to be able to get that fantastic level of competition domestically for these two as well? I mentioned, by the way, Little Athletics earlier. It's a program that the Australians have been running for many, many years, and that's what brought Elena Patterson into athletics when she was just 6 years old. She went to Little Athletics and fell in love with the sport. Well, it's been a long, long relationship. 30 years old now, 24 years later, she is challenging here for Commonwealth gold. She already has a world gold from 2022. She took a silver the following year in Budapest, and she has an Olympic bronze from Paris. It's been quite some career.
Next up, it's the medal ceremony for the men's long jump T20. The medal party walk out one side. On the other side of the stadium, the crowds are starting to empty while the high jump is still going on. It's some crazy scenes. But let's get our attention back to the medal ceremony and the men's T20 long jump.
The medals and gifts will be presented by Christopher Esselby.
It was a fantastic long jump competition. We had lots and lots of no jumps in the first round. Those conditions really playing havoc with the jumpers.
Bronze medalist representing Malaysia, Eljo Gojua.
The bronze medalist from Malaysia, Eljo Gojua. One of Malaysia's first medal on the track in these athletics competitions.
Silver medalist representing Canada, Noah Vucic.
The Canadian athlete Noah Vucic taking the silver medal with his first round jump of 6.66. One of the only athletes to get a first round jump in.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth Games champion representing Malaysia, Abdul Latif Romley.
And the gold medalist, Abdul Latif Romley, the gold medalist and Commonwealth Games champion in the men's long jump T20 category. With that fantastic jump of 7:17 in the third round. Two medals for Malaysia in this long jump, and the only 2 medals on the track so far.
For the anthem of Malaysia. Once again, please show your appreciation for the Commonwealth Games medalists.
Brilliant. See Romney on top of the podium here for Malaysia. That's the first edition of the men's long jump T20 here at the Commonwealth Games. So he will be the first ever Commonwealth Games T20 long jump champion. And see if he's back to defend that title next time out. Elena Patterson, clean scorecard so far. First time clearances at 187, coming in late, holding her nerve. And then at 190 and at 193. But here she goes, first attempt at 196. No, first blink for Patterson. She's just saying there she needs to go forward slightly.
I think I spoke too soon, Hannah. I said the rain had stopped, didn't I? It's back on. It's like they've turned on a tap. I don't get accused of jinxing them. Nicola Ollislagers then. There's her card. It's been a little busier than Patterson, but now the door is ajar. She matched Patterson jump for jump at 193, the previous height. Both going clear first time. Now with Patterson, as Hannah said so correctly, her teammate has blinked. Ollislagers at 196. No, and that wasn't close. That looked like a tired effort, didn't it? I thought Patterson's effort was better than that. That was strange, because the opportunity was there. The door was open. She just needed to give it a hefty shove. She didn't have the strength, not on that first effort. What goes wrong here? No, she just didn't really drive off.
I don't know if she's too close to the
Yeah, she came up very close to the
there.
bar there. She makes her own notes after every single jump. She's been doing that for years.
So this is her coach, Matthew Horsnell, and you'll see so many other athletes going straight over to their coaching team. And I think Patterson, talking to Fasanotti here, Italian international high jumper himself, and Ollislagers said, I'm not going to waste the energy standing up and walking over. We can communicate just with a look. And I know what I need to change. And it seems like Patterson's employing similar tactics. So it's not just the rain, I think, keeping these athletes underneath the umbrellas. They're also really in tune with their support staff. And so experienced as well. Patterson walks out for her second attempt at 196. We did see hordes of spectators leaving, and that was, we are running late here, and there were organised buses for all the spectators, and I think they would have nervously wanted to get on their bus to get back to their car. We used a park and ride system here in Glasgow for spectators. And Patterson sets herself up. Only one failure this whole evening in a chaotic women's high jump, a stop-start women's high jump. Second attempt at 1.96 meters. Oh, that was two good attempts from Patterson. Patterson just giving herself a bit of a talking to. Yes, it was 2 good attempts. They were better, perhaps, than Nicola Olleslager's first attempt, but again, doesn't matter. You don't get half points, you don't get half clearances, and Olleslager's so capable of getting over this. Patterson, I think, will expect Olleslager to get over it.
Well, she should, and twice now. And I guess there's an advantage in going second because you can respond, whereas Patterson's the one who's having to lead the way. Olleslager's has twice now, with a second opportunity coming up, been presented with an opportunity to snatch the lead, which would, were she to clear it, force her competitor to go up to the next height. 199 after this 196 bar. Whereas every time Patterson, were she to clear, it doesn't put particular pressure on Olleslager's. But for Olleslager's now, well, she is used to producing. She is a wonderful competitor, Olleslager's. Devout Christian, the reigning world champion from Tokyo last year. Commonwealth bronze medalist back in 2018, when of course Patterson took gold back in 2014 here in Scotland when she was just 18 years old, having foregone an opportunity to go to the World Junior Championships, to go to the Commonwealth Games, and the decision was a right one, a correct one. And she won gold at the age of 18. She's back in Scotland. Wouldn't it be remarkable if here we are, all of 8 years later, she could get a brace of golds in Scotland. But Olleslager stands between her and that right now. It was Olleslager who won the Australian title back in April in Sydney with 1.99 m. Patterson beaten on that day with just 1.93, but as Hannah's explained, she has been coming back from a lot of injury problems, Patterson. Olleslager here. Records a sort of rating of her jumps after every jump in that notebook. Married Reece Olleslager in April 2022. Since then has competed with the same surname. She's of maternal Croatian ancestry. Isn't that funny? Blanka Vlasic of Croatia, one of the great champions of women's high jumping. Here we go, second attempt, 196. Oh, that would give you 9.9 out of 10, but in the high jump, it's just not enough.
And that's what I mean with Elena Patterson. Like, she knows that Olleslager is so capable of this height. She won't get kind of false optimism from the fact that she's been close to this bar. She's nearly got the 196. She'll know that Olleslager's on her day. All it takes is a minor adjustment for either of these women, truly. And they'll be up over this height, 196, over the next one, 199. And I think you're right, Tim. I don't know which approach I'd rather here, going first or going second. I think Elena Patterson, it's going to be very introvert here, kind of her own peace of mind, her own effort. And then it's over to Olleslager to respond to that. And if anything, I was going to say, I think those two ways of approaching a jump would probably bring out the best in these two athletes. You can see Patterson always saying, don't look anywhere else. Just look at the bar and try and get over it. This is Chris Cohen, who's the head official here, just going over to Matthew Horsnell, and the coach of Nicola Olleslager is the other Australian to the one on our screens. And I don't know what he's explaining here, maybe what happens if the competition goes on any longer.
It's been a bit of a night for the Aussies, hasn't it? Gold in that 10,000, silver in the 100, bronze. Was it bronze in the 100? The men's 100?
Oh, sorry, silver in the men's, bronze in the women's.
I was talking about the men's. Sorry, of course you were deferring to the women's. Yes. I was deferring to the men's.
Yeah, they have had quite the...
so
the
2 medals in the hundreds, basically.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've had gold, silver and a bronze. And now they're going to add another gold and a silver with these two. But what is the order going to be? Elena Patterson back over 2 meters for the first time in 4 years. That counts for nothing if she can't find the form here today in Glasgow. One last attempt at 196. Oh, she does it! Patterson is over. And look, that is a testament to the character of Olyslager, that she's first up clapping and celebrating that clearance. Wow. Patterson's consistency in the last few weeks has just hit another level. I think she was pretty disappointed with Tokyo last year. She was down in 5th place, got herself on so many podiums over the last few years. She was 7th in Torun at the World Indoor Championships. But this outdoor season, Patterson has just found another level, 3, 4, 5 centimetres. Just a reminder here, this is the other coach. This isn't Patterson's coach. He's wearing the Australian kit. I'm sure he's a fan of Patterson, but he isn't her coach. He coaches her rival.
Well, Olyslager it is then, who has to respond now. At last, she has to clear this, or the gold goes to her compatriot. Some people say first is first and second is nowhere. Of course, the majority of people think that rubbish, and I happen to think that's rubbish. I have to know when I think. But, and Hannah, I think you'd probably agree. You're a world silver medalist from years gone by. But Olyslager's here, 1m96. If she clears this third time of asking, the competition remains alive. If she doesn't, her teammate Elna Patterson is the champion. Oh, and it is that way. It is Patterson who takes gold, but it's gold and silver for Australia in an enthralling climax to this women's high jump competition. Boy, oh boy, they're both massively tall women. They're both tremendously strong mentally. You have to be in the vertical jumps. And what an evening we've had from the pair of them, exchanging blows at different heights, with Patterson eventually coming out on top, albeit at the third time of asking at 1m96. Brilliant. And the bar could go up to 199. Our computers are indicating that, but I don't think Elna Patterson will bother. Would you?
She just got over to talk to Marco Fascinotti, her partner, who's helping with the coaching here, and they're just going to make a decision. She's going to jump on. I think she said no to the flag there. Someone was coming up to her with an Australian flag. I'm not sure. I'd be surprised.
Well, she's won by a clear height, which is normally what they want, a separation between themselves and those behind. But great, if she wants to go on, wonderful stuff. The bar at 199.
Well, she can ask for it to go wherever she wants, can't she? Her personal best of 2:02, that's from when she won that world title back in Eugene in 2022. And Patterson, there you go, there is a smile. I mentioned it a few heights ago, the fact that she came here and won that title at 18 years old in Glasgow in 2014. You said, Tim, yeah, there was a decision there between World Juniors and that Commonwealth Games. It paid off in terms of the championship and the title, but I think the mental impact it had on Patterson to be catapulted into the spotlight at that point was then actually detrimental for the next 3, 4, 5 years. It took her some time to fall back in love with the sport, and she did so, took that world title in Eugene 4 years ago, and I think this would put a lot of demons to rest for Patterson, taking another gold here in Glasgow.
Well, it's time for the medal ceremony for the women's hammer throw competition, which came to a conclusion, what, about 45 minutes or so ago? I don't know, I'm in a different time zone, I think. Now we've been sitting here so late. It's 10 past 10 local time here in Scotland. UK time, it's 10 past 10. Don't know what time it is where you're watching, but I hope you've enjoyed this fabulous evening. A lovely mix of sprinting and distance and jumping and throwing. Remarkable competitions in every aspect.
Here are the medalists. Being ready? Christy Campbell on presentation duties for Guyana. Accompanied by Julia Ratcliffe, Oceania representative of the Commonwealth Games Committee, so she'll be pleased to see two of the athletes from her continent on the podium. It's a bronze for Australia. Lara Roberts, who was absolutely delighted, tears of joy, kind of pushed the camera away saying, don't show me, I have no composure. And she had time to say hi to her mum and dad. She didn't make it to the final of the World Student Games or the World Championships last year, and she made it to the final of the Commonwealth Games, and then got a bronze.
And the silver medal going to Lauren Bruce of New Zealand. The Antipodeans, the Australians and New Zealanders have had one heck of an evening. Remember, they had the winner in the 100 metres, New Zealand. They got a silver in the hammer tonight through Lauren Bruce, 69 metres 82 for her. Came in round 6. She tried so desperately to catch the Olympic and world champion Cameron Rogers of Canada ahead of her. She produced very nearly a 70-metre throw with her final effort. But I think she's pretty satisfied with that silver.
And it's a second Commonwealth Games title for Cameron Rogers, who has done it all in the sport now. I mean, perhaps not all of it. There is a world record that's still just outside of her reach. She's not too far off it. Anita Vladarchik still has that at 82.98. Rogers on 81.13 this season. She's spent her formative years at the University of California in Berkeley under Mo Satara. She stayed there in the south of the border in America for her training base, but she's a very proud Canadian.
Well, there it is, Cameron Rogers winning again tonight, a games record of 74.91. A winning distance 4 years ago is 74.08. New Zealand's Julia Ratcliffe, the champion back in 2018 on the Gold Coast. Sultana Frizzell of Canada, taking the brace of titles in 2010 and 2014. And before that, Brooke Billick of Australia. The inaugural title won by Debbie Sosinenko of Australia in 1998. But Rogers, a special talent. And the high jump continues.
Elena Patterson's asked for the bar to go up to 2 metres. She actually equalled the game's record of Hystra Klote at 196. The South African has held that since 2002 in Manchester. Patterson perhaps trying to simulate what she might see later down the year, maybe at the World Ultimates, when you'd think it was going to take 2 metres to take a win there. She's got to ask her body to find 2 metres at this stage when she's this tired. Not with the first attempts. I'm sure she will take plenty of moment in the next few days to celebrate the gold here, but it's got to be my only instinct here, the only purpose for jumping on at 2 metres. I mean, yes, she's going to have the right to extend her own games record if she clears, but after so many years of not achieving 2 metres, a 3-year drought, if you like, at 2 metres for Patterson, maybe she just wants to try and make that more of a habit, and even more so important to make that habit in a championship environment. Patterson does do a lot of knitting in her spare time, and I'm quite surprised to see her here in a fleece scarf, or maybe it's a tartan scarf and not being in Scotland. Well, something she's fashioned herself. little smiles from Patterson here. She will be utterly, utterly thrilled with this gold medal. It's always tough to go up against Nicola Olajslagers. She came here to try and win this title in Birmingham in 2022 off the back of that World Championship gold medal, and she couldn't get the job done then. To settle for second behind Lamara Distin. It's not an easy title to win, Commonwealth Games high jump. So second attempt for Patterson, not taking the full time allowed to her. She's got another 3 minutes on the clock here. Patterson. Again, this is what makes me think it's a bit of a competition simulation here for Patterson. Taking it relatively quickly here. And there are remaining spectators here. It's getting behind Patterson. Oh, another good attempt from Patterson. Of course, I struggle to remember the other Glasgow stadium. It is Hampton Court, where Eleanor Patterson...
Hampton Court?
Yeah, no,
Hampton Park.
That's the one.
Hampton Court.
I
think you'll find there's a little thing down in London called Hampton Court.
I apologise, there you go, I got it wrong.
You Midlanders.
Got it wrong twice. I even competed there.
Where, Hampton Court?
Yeah, yeah, well, no, Hampton Park. But I love the symmetry. I should have researched it better. I'm so in love with the symmetry of winning 2 Commonwealth Games titles 12 years apart in the same city.
Now you see that Australian flag. It's got an emu and a kangaroo on it. I bet the duckbill platypus is really left out.
Where's our place?
Yes. Why isn't there the full Monty of animals on the flag?
Temitope Adesina respectfully waiting. She went out at a 193. She's happy just to stay here and watch the drama between Olajslagers and Patterson.
Is it duckbill platypi, the plural? Because apparently the plural of octopus is not octopi, it is octopuses.
Okay.
I read
So
not long ago. I thought I was being all educated by saying octopi. It's wrong. There you go. If you disagree, send your answers in on a postcard and we'll bin them without opening. No, only kidding. If I'm wrong, please do let me know.
Patterson, third attempt at 2 meters.
And the rain's back on, as they say up here.
It is.
I'd love her to get this, mind you. Wouldn't that be superb? She says yes. I think she's listening.
I think she's listening to Chris Temple on the in stadium. She's already got the gold medal. She's already equalled the Games record. Patterson going to set her very own Games record. It's her last attempt at 2 meters. Oh, no. But it is a gold medal for Patterson. It's a brilliant, brilliant win. Not too many athletes have managed a second title at the Commonwealth Games. Debbie Brill did for Canada, Dorothy Tyler-Odam for England, Michelle Brown for Australia, Haistra Cloete for South Africa. I'm not sure there would have been a 12-year gap between titles for many of those women. And that, I think, makes it even more impressive from Patterson.
Absolutely, yes. Superb evening's work by both the Australians. Nigerian bronze in the high jump. Is that a sign of things to come? I'm not sure Nigerians get medals in the high jump very often in global championships.
No, I think that's a good point, Tim, but it has been a wonderful second evening in here, particularly perhaps for the Australians. It was gold for Kai Robinson in the 10,000 metres, and now gold for Elena Patterson in the women's high jump. Go with the bronze of Tori Lewis in the 100, and of course the silver for Nicola Olajslagers here in the high jump. Canada have maintained their dominance in the hammer. Cameron Rogers matching her teammate Ethan Katzberg in taking that title. The 100-metre races really stole the show here at the end of this second day. Emmanuel Eseme running significantly under 10 seconds in the semi-final and the final. We haven't seen that since Frankie Fredericks in 2002. Lachlan Kennedy breaking the oceanic record with a 9.85 in second place, and Kayonsola Ajayi taking bronze for Nigeria. And a surprise gold in the women's 100 with Zoe Hobbs of New Zealand ahead of Amy Hunt of England and Tori Lewis at bronze. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage this evening from myself, Hannah England, from Tim Hutchings and from Danny Crates. We'll be back tomorrow morning. There's a whole load of 200-metre heats for the men and the women's. The men's 1 mile heats coming up. And if you want to hold on for one more medal ceremony, we're going to do that as well. If you're looking towards that schedule tomorrow, we'll have the heptathlon as well. Women's long jump for them. We're also going to have the men's shot put qualification. And the women's heptathlon javelin.
Well, we understand they are going to proceed with the women's high jump medal ceremony. These ladies will not want to be rushed. They want to have their moment in the sunshine, so to speak, in the spotlight, I should say. Perhaps Lena Patterson, yeah, quite a performer in every sense of the word. That was absolutely brilliant. She's enjoying her moment here, and rightly so. She's earned it, defeating Ollie Slagers. That was always going to be her biggest challenge of the night. I think on paper they were 1 and 2, and that's the way it turned out. We just didn't know in which order the Aussie pairing would come through. So I don't know if anybody's told them yet that they've got a medal ceremony to head over to. They're being ushered, I think. Unless they do an infra-dig one and do it over there near the high jump fan where they are celebrating. But there it is. Elena Patterson, 196, wins by height from her teammate Nicola Ollislagers in the women's high jump. And the bronze medal in that women's high jump competition, well, it was a bit of a surprise package in that it went to a Nigerian. And the Africans, well, they don't have great strength in the high jump generally. Adesina it was of Nigeria who took that bronze. And she knows the significance of that. Her celebration was special. Temitope Simbiat Adesina of Nigeria, 1.90 m. Good enough for the bronze tonight. And surely she will be inspired by that and will inspire indeed many youngsters in Africa to attack, I suppose, in many respects, one of the most basic challenges of the human body, and that is to challenge gravity, something that we're all controlled by 24/7. It is special. I mean, who didn't try a little bit of jumping over something high as kids? I know I did. I just knew I was useless at it. Tried jumping over something high, failed every single time. What about you, Danny? Were you only good at it?
No coordination, unfortunately.
Really?
No. More designed for putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, I've got that nailed. Yeah, I've been good at that for since birth, virtually. Really.
I had a lot of practice when I was very, very young.
That's why I love running. The skill levels and distance running aren't actually high up on the list of priorities so much as just keep going.
I mean, there wasn't much that I didn't try as a young athlete. I think that's every athlete's journey, isn't it? In your early stages, a club athlete, going to meets, chucking the hammer, the discus, the javelin to get a few points.
Not sure if I did the hammer. I might have done the hammer once for my club Crawley down in the south of England. Hannah, what about your high jumping skills? You're a tall lass. You must have been quite good at high jump, surely.
I was decent at hurdles. That was my sort of first calling, was a bit of hurdles, so a little bit of jumping. But I often got mistaken for a high jumper when I'd be out on the circuit, because I was quite tall for an endurance runner. When they'd be sort of trying to shepherd the high jumpers towards the high jump, and they sort of look at me and give me a bit of a wave, like, come on. I'm like, no, I'm not a high jumper, despite the fact that I should look like I should be a decent high jumper, good height. But similar to Danny, not the coordination.
And you need flexibility to be a high jumper too. You know, these women and men wrap themselves around the bar. That is astonishing sometimes, the contortional positions they put themselves in, 6-7 feet up in the air. I can't do that. Lying down on the floor on my side, get that sort of flexibility. Never mind about in the middle of something special.
I mean, it takes guts to do any sport, really, doesn't it, to put yourself out there? But I remember from trying it and doing it for club, just trying to get that point, not being very good at it. But when you stand and you look at the height of that bar, that takes some mental toughness to launch yourself up over that bar.
Well, even to try it, attempt it, never mind about achieve it as well. But they are now heading, not in any great rush, off the D of their high jump to our right, just past the finish line. And they will, I suspect, if they're taken in the right direction, walk down the home straight and go straight to the presentation area. But I suspect it'll, again, that they'll be taken back into the bowels of the stadium and prepared for the medal ceremony and given a little bit of instruction.
There is usually a process you go through when you come off the field of play, but let's just hope they whisk them through it quite quickly. There's still a few in the stadium that have stayed around to watch the culmination of the high jump, and a lot of teammates down there. A lot of the Australian camp have stayed to cheer their compatriots on.
Some major championships in recent years, world championships and so on, have the Europeans have held the medal presentations at another venue from the stadium, haven't they? Outside the stadium, as they did in Budapest 2023, or at the European Championships back in 2012 in Helsinki. It's a common thing now to hold them either in close proximity to the stadium or else in a square down in the town centre, perhaps later on the next day. And I'm torn as to what is the best option. You know, when the stadium is completely emptied, the medal ceremonies, I always feel, I'd love the medal ceremonies to be attended by big crowds and you know, to get big cheers and roaring, clapping and atmosphere as an athlete steps up to receive their medal. I don't think they care. The medal has been won and that's what matters. That's what will resonate through the sport of track and field athletics for days, weeks and months to come. And you can never take a medal away. And, you know, an athlete's career is defined by medals. Those are sort of the big exclamation marks in the road, in the journey of their career. You know, you can go away and win little meetings here and there, or jump jolly well, or run very fast, or throw a long way. But actually, medals in major championships are what counts, including national championships. You know, that's what defines a career, I think, and it's what people remember. It's what appears in the history books for many years to come.
And I think we see that a little bit when we come to these Commonwealth Games and we look at some of the athletes we've got here on display. It's a very unique group of countries in the Commonwealth. It's not our whole sport. We've got professional leagues going on with the Diamond League and the other events that go on across the calendar. But to see athletes prioritising this championships over those performances on the circuit where they might be able to pick up a bit of extra money and they might be able to race better competition or different competition. But for me, an athlete like Zoe Hobbs really stands out. She's a regular on the Diamond League circuit. She can pretty much get a lane at a gold level meeting or at that Diamond League if she wants it. And the Kiwi athlete seems to have sort of forgone those opportunities in the last 6 weeks. And it's paid off in dividends. She is the Commonwealth Games champion, and I think that's what matters at the end of the career when you turn around and you have a look at it. You know, more so than another decent clocking on the circuit and a different position on in the Diamond League.
For some athletes and nations, this is a really important step on the career, isn't it? And it's an important step in your journey as an athlete to attend the Commonwealth Games and eventually medal at it if you're one of those fortunate athletes.
Well, no, you're right. Actually, you make a good point. You know, very, very few can actually gain a medal. It's making teams that's important as well. And then, you know, and again, there's discussions and controversies about how easy it should be to make teams. Some people think that teams should be picked and made as large as possible by a federation, and others say no, you should have to be of a very high standard and reach certain levels to be selected for a team. Making a team shouldn't just be a formality given out like candy, which, you know, has been the case in the past quite often with federations and teams in some nations. I think team places given out perhaps a little bit too freely. In the UK now, generally, whether it's the home nations, you know, there have been controversies in 1 or 2 of the home nations in the build-up to these championships, and at UK, Great Britain level, there are often controversies, but they tend to now be pretty harsh in the way they allocate places in major teams, don't they? I think very often, many years ago, when I was racing back in the 70s and 80s, you know, in the British team, a lot of sprinters, for example, a lot of athletes, I shouldn't really say sprinters, a lot of athletes would make teams, they'd made a certain level, almost knowing they weren't going to get out of the first round. And that's, I'm torn because obviously now there's a lot of pressure on teams, federations. They say, oh, we're not going to select you unless you've got top 8 potential. Well, in that case, hardly anybody would go.
I was going to say that kind of spells the death of competition, doesn't it? If every federation turned around and said you've got to make a final, we'll only end up with 8 athletes. Now, I think it's good to take as many athletes as possible. They did some research, I can't remember, back around 2012, and sort of the impact, the inspirational impact of seeing someone from your city out there on the global stage. And, you know, a person might come back to your home track and you realise they've only got 2 arms and legs as well. Yeah, they're just the same as the other athletes down the track, and that's really inspiring. And I think, you know, when you look at what sport can do outside of arenas like this and outside of major championships in terms of, you know, just helping people be healthy, helping give them another aspect of their life, and you know, that belief that they can find their physical limits as well. I think it's important to have big teams and send everyone you can to a championship.
And speak for yourself about having 2 arms.
I know, I'm sorry, Danny, for putting it there.
But I think also, these kind of games are so important as well, because some athletes, this is a stepping stone to greater things as well. Well, I mean, they're not saying greater than the Commonwealth Games, but, you know, going on to race in the Europeans, the Olympics, and for the para athletes, the Paralympics. And then for some athletes, this is the pinnacle, right? This is the global championship they will get to race on. They won't make Great Britain. They won't make the Australian team if they're going off to the Olympic game. This is their global championship. So it does open up, and they get to race alongside Olympic champions, Paralympic champions, world champions.
No, and I think it's important as well, you know, when a federation asks an athlete to be of a top 8 calibre, whether that's for funding or whether that's to make a major championship, yet they don't give them the competition experience to get that. You know, what do you expect someone to parachute straight in? And this is a problem across the globe. You get so many different federations with so many different criteria to make the major championships. But choosing to have this debate before as we're waiting for the women's high jump medal ceremony, but I'm all for giving everyone a go.
But I also think if anyone ever questions the Commonwealth Games, you have to look at the crowd that are here watching it. You have to look at what it means to the athletes when they perform, if they get to win or if they underperform and it doesn't go according to plan for them. You see what it means to them. That's why the Commonwealth Games is so important. And the DJ's still pumping out the tunes. It's only us 3 listening. But the
I feel like they might have left a playlist on, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm sure I can smell breakfast being cooked. No, that women's medal ceremony just imminent, I think we can say. And yes, there are quite a few spectators staying on. They're enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the music. The rain, by the way. Here we go. We'll just see if anybody's listening up top. The rain has stopped. If it starts raining the next 90 seconds, then I'm definitely being listened to by somebody up above us. But the rain has stopped. The track looks to be drying up pretty quickly because it's quite a nice temperature, actually. What is it, about 17, 18 degrees? It's not cold, it's not cool. It may look damp and it may not look that great on your screens, the weather, but actually it's never been cold yet here in Glasgow.
Well, and that's only illustrated by some of those phenomenal sprint times we saw in the 100 metres. Yeah, it was pouring with rain, yet they could still muster some really fast times. So it's not as bad as it looked, and we have talked a lot about the weather, and I'm glad that it didn't impact. There was no slipping, there was no sort of dangerous conditions for the heptathlon shot putters and for the hammer throwers, and even the high jumpers as well. We mentioned those last few steps and the importance of having confidence in planting those steps there. And in the T20 men's long jump as well, I know there were challenges for the men there, but they did manage to stay safe. You know, I think you worry about athletes slipping and injuring themselves, so I think that's also kind of indication of a good facility as well.
Big throws in the hammer, 196 in the high jump in far from ideal conditions. You know, the performances have been great. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot, each of you. Danny, what's been your performance of the day?
I think we would probably all be going the same way, wouldn't we, that men's 100 metres? I mean, that was just as an overall performance of a race. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. 4 athletes. Yeah. Emmanuel Esme, I mean, what a fantastic 9.83, but it's just having 4 athletes under 10 seconds when we've waited since 2002 to get 1.
Well, I know, and I mean, you know, we talked about how for some athletes this is these championships are a massive goal, and Lachlan Kennedy has responded so well for Australia here tonight, set that Australian record 9.85 in second place. His status on the global scene has gone up 2 or 3 notches, because if you're a sort of 9.95, 9.97 athlete, 10-second athlete. You get a lot of respect, you can get in a lot of races, you might squeeze into 1 or 2 Diamond League races, but you're not up there in the absolute top 10 in the world. 9.85, 9.83 by a semi of Cameroon, and Lachlan Kennedy, Australia, 9.85. Those guys can walk into any race they want over the next few weeks.
Really impressive, and it was almost the upset of Kayonsola Ajayi from that race as well. He's been so good on the circuit, 2 consecutive Diamond League wins, and you kind of go, all right, come to Commonwealth Games and show us what you're made of in a championship environment. And I was really surprised to see Ajayi down in 3rd place. And I think over in that women's 100, we already touched on it briefly, but if Danny's going to steal the men's 100 as his race of the day or competition of the day, I think Zoe Hobbs, again, a bit of an upset. She's sort of hitting this groove as an athlete of making finals and then that kind of being it. And then to turn that round and get the win in a new Oceania record, it was at 10.93, I think it was in the end, to lower her own area record and beat the likes of Amy Hunt, who picked up a medal in Tokyo, and Tori Lewis. I kind of like that for a feel-good story. And I guess it's not like an upset, but it was an over-performance, and that's always fun.
So here comes then the presentation ceremony for the women's high jump. We saw the competition unfold. It was a delayed event, obviously because of the pouring rain that has dominated this evening's session. But I say dominated, has interrupted this evening's session. The real dominance has come from the athletes in a fabulous series of contests on this second evening. But it was a brilliant gold and silver for Australia in this high jump tonight. Ashley Kelly, Secretary General for CJ. Well, you can probably hear Chris Temple on the PA. Temitope Simblat Adesina of Nigeria took the bronze medal here tonight, 1.90 meters, coping with the difficult conditions and beating several rivals who might have been more fancied to go ahead of her. But she turned up on the night and produced the goods and is rewarded with a fantastic bronze. And I'll need to check more thoroughly, but I think that might be Nigeria's first ever medal on the men's or women's side in the high jump in the Commonwealth Games.
And it's a silver medal for Nicola Olaslagers of Australia. In terms of this domestic rivalry, Olaslagers has had the upper hand maybe the last 2 years, last 3 years or so. Maybe not on the circuit. She's taken a few defeats to Elena Patterson, but in terms of championship podiums, it's all gone Nicola Olaslagers' way so far. But it has been a disrupted season for the Australian, and she looks delighted with her silver.
And Patterson, of course, is delighted with her gold. Olaslagers, let's not forget, is the reigning world champion. Took gold in Tokyo last September. Patterson, well, fully back, I think you can say. When you win a Commonwealth gold and you beat the world champion, well, it underlines the calibre of the competition here at these Commonwealth Games. Patterson herself, the 2022 world champion. She's an Olympic medalist from Paris 2024. And 1-2 for the Aussies. The Australian national anthem then reverberates around the Scotstoun Stadium in the final proceedings of this second day. 4 to come, 4 magnificent days of competition, with the number of finals on each day increasing as the week goes on. Eleanor Paterson, Commonwealth champion. 12 years after gold, back here in Scotland. Indeed, back here in this very city, although across town. And she won the Commonwealth Games in 2014 at the age of 18, and that application, that focus, quite magnificent. A few bumps in the road for Paterson, but tonight has been one of the big peaks of her career. Well, from Danny Crates, Hannah England, myself, Tim Hutchings, bye-bye for now. We'll see you again tomorrow morning. We'll be back at just before 10 a.m. Scotland time, UK time.